just let you call
Okay.
the hearing.
Okay.
And then go, are you ready?
Do a-
And then just go straight into,
Roll call.
and then go straight into the regular meeting, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, call the regular meeting time.
Got it.
Call the end of the
We
hearing.
can't start the regular meeting until 6 o'clock.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
This might go over. We
Okay,
may
got
have
it.
to wait, but
Okay.
he was gonna let it run because it
Got it.
15 minutes or short. So if it goes a little over, yeah, if it goes a little over, we'll just go straight into the regular meeting.
Okay.
We'll just call it like we're
Got
not
it. And if
stopping.
it doesn't, then I'll pause.
Yes,
We
and give
can't
him
start
a
until 6.
moment, yes.
Definitely today was over the black tray.
I know, right? It's the cold weather and the great.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
And the scene said she's coming.
Yes, I talked to her. She said she's on her way, but she might be a little late. Jocelyn might be running late, but Miss King is here too, right? So we have a quorum.
Hello, if you are one of tonight's recognitions, if you could please make your way to the front of the boardroom so we can line you up for tonight. Thank you.
You know it's never hot in here.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
But, so I took it off. Thank you. Yeah, then I'll, yeah.
Hello, sir, how are you? Good to see you. Have your presentation right here on the bottom, but I can help you open it and start it,
Let you
okay?
do that because I'll miss something.
No worries, sir. And we have extra waters up here if you want to grab one while you're here, or once you get up here, or when you're leaving, whenever.
Okay, I'm just gonna say hi to Bill right quick.
No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I had to get Dwayne's presentation on there. And I didn't even know what it looked like because I didn't look at it in the email, so I'm like, oh, crap.
Just so we could see, we couldn't see. We'll put him back up, but that one we could see. That's perfect.
This public hearing of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:47 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Ms. Pichelle?
Renee Pichelle, present.
Thank you. Ms. King?
Shatanya King, present.
Ms. Canoyer?
Suzanne Canoyer, present.
And I'm Jennifer Rodriguez, and I'm present. And to my left is Dr. Ball, our superintendent. Okay, so the first thing on our agenda is acknowledgement of visitors or citizens to be heard. Are we going to do that in the next part of the meeting, Betty?
Yes,
Okay, all right, we'll do that in the regular meeting. Item 3 is presentation of targeted improvement plans for effective schools framework grant. And Dr. Ball, is that going to be Ms. Davis?
Yes, it is. She's doing some tremendous work for us. So, yes, it's all hers.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Ball. Today, we would like to present to you the targeted improvement plans that have been developed by 7 of our campuses that are participating in the Effective Schools Framework Grant. And what is the ESF grant for short? 7 of our campuses received last year about $170,000 in addition to their local funds. It is a competitive grant that several of our campuses were eligible for. In order to have that eligibility, they needed to be Title I and either identified as comprehensive, targeted, or additional targeted campuses. The purpose of the grant is to support school improvement effort, all the way from strengthening
TV. They also enjoy drawing, crafting, hiking, reading, writing, baseball, and soccer. They are both huge Boston Red Sox fans and are planning a trip to Boston next spring. Eloise wants to be a National Park Ranger, and Simone would like to be an astronaut. Thank you for leading our pledges, ladies. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arms. Center, face. Forward, march. Forward, walk. Ready, step. Ready, walk. Post. Ready, step. Freeze and arms. Order, arms. Center, face. Forward, march.
You may be seated. If we could get our board members and our superintendent, Dr. Ball, to come down to take a photo with our pledge leaders. We have a certificate for you, ladies. We also do have these beautiful ladies' parents here, Mr. and Mr. McLaughlin, and brother, I think, is here as well, along with their principal, Miss Almaniera. Thank you so much for being here. We're very proud of you. Fantastic. A round of applause for our pledge leaders, please. And we would like to also recognize our JROTC students from Wagner High School. Please come on up. A big round of applause for our students. Awesome. A round of applause for our students from Wagner High School. Thank you, Chief. We do have several recognitions this evening. You may have noticed a trend that we are recognizing excellence in leadership in our district at every board meeting. And so tonight we recognize 2 campus principals for their excellence in leadership. On November 2nd, the Master Leadership Program of Greater San Antonio hosted a symposium at St. Philip's College. Our very own Dr. Kelly Lofton, principal at Franz Leadership Academy, and Daniel Brooks, principal at Woodlake Hills Middle School, were selected to speak during the Student Advocacy Network panel. The panel was comprised of university leaders, city leaders, and public school leaders, and they focused on the work of meeting the needs of traditionally marginalized students in an urban setting. These two principals shared their own experiences and how the different ways they are able to meet student needs at their campus. We are very proud that they represented Judson ISD in such great light. Congratulations. Thank you for your leadership, principals. Our next recognition is one of my favorites. It is the Christmas card contest. And you can see up front on our stands there the winners of our Christmas card contest. We have an annual contest. We have a lot of entries, and we have voting that goes on. And these students that we are recognizing this evening have won the contest. And we will be using these Christmas cards as the official district Christmas card that we send out as a district. And so I would like to introduce first from Wortham Oaks Elementary School, Sophia Ovieda, third grade student. And if you, ma'am, would stand next to your card and show us which one it is. And we have a little certificate for you, Miss Sophia, and also a $50 gift card. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sophia. Our next Christmas card contest winner is from our middle school. We have a young lady from Metzger Middle School. Her name is Emily Pina. She's an 8th grader. If she can come out and stand next to her artwork. She did an incredible stencil of those reindeers. We have her certificate and her $50 gift card. Yay! Beautiful artwork. Incredible. Yay! And our Christmas card contest winner from the high school level comes from Veterans Memorial. We have Riley Goolsby, 11th grader, and this is her artwork here. You get to go shopping too. This is wonderful. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Riley. All right, we have one final recognition, but it's a big group with big hearts. We want to recognize Hopkins Elementary, but first I want to talk a little bit about iPlay, which is an innovative after-school program that ignites a love of sports in elementary school while teaching these students life lessons about active living, good nutrition, and personal character. This is something new for our elementary students, and this past weekend, 17 out of 20 of our Judson elementary schools participated in the iPlay Red McCombs Cup soccer tournament. The tournament brought together 6 different school districts, 47 elementary schools, and they participated in this prestigious event. The students used skills such as passing, shooting, ball control, corner kicks, dribbling, and they displayed their competitiveness in the event. The tournament was double elimination. Several of our schools, Copperfield, Coronado, Elof, and France, made it to the final brackets before being eliminated. However, one of our Judson ISD schools prevailed as champions. And let me introduce you to the winning team, our Hopkins Elementary Hawks. Congratulations. Not all the students were able to make it today, but while we're shooting pictures, I do want to read off all of their names. Jesus Almaguer, Damien Campos Flores, Isabella Cisneros Delgado, Aria Clark, Dayron Corpus, Isabella Del Rio Alarcon, Sergio De La Paz Macias, Tristan Delgado, Deborah Dunn, Arabella Gailey, Daniel Hernandez, Uriah Jones, Raul Martinez, Arimares Pineda Valdivia, Leonardo Pineda Valdivia, Carson Pope, Clayton Pope, Arabella Ricondo, Arturo Rivera, Tadio Romero Chavez, Monica Rosa, Daniel Tash Koss, Aiden Trammell, Giovanni Urbieta, Jose Luis, Zavala Lopez, and Jaime Zavala Lopez. Dr. Ball has a special gift for you. I would also like to recognize their coaches, Coach Joe Cuellar and Coach Maria Pagan, and their principal, their biggest cheerleader, Miss Terry Combs. Miss Combs. Oh, you've got to go. No. Awesome. And this concludes our recognition.
And basketball's next, so we're gonna take them down here. We'll be back.
Coach certificates, do you want to bring them to them, or do you want me to give them to them?
For the coach, right?
Yeah, both of them, yes.
Congratulations. Congratulations, guys.
All right, we'll continue with our agenda. We'll note that Ms. Eaton and Mr. Diaz were able to arrive at 6:10 and were marked present at 6:20 in our system. We'll move on to item 3, acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard. We have one, Mr. Barrett Goolsby.
All right, thank y'all. I'm Bear Goolsby. I live on 202 Sunrise Canyon Drive in Universal City. I just wanted to say thank you to staff and to the board for supporting this bond, for actually acknowledging the need for the bond, and for educating the community as hard as y'all did. It was a lot of work on y'all's part to make sure that everybody understood what we were doing, what needed to be done, and it was just a monumental effort on your part to make sure that everybody was educated on the process. So as a dad, as a community member, as a community leader, I just wanted to come in and say thank y'all so much for what y'all did to educate everyone out there on the issues that were in front of them on voting day. So thank y'all very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. That was our only public comment. So we'll move on to number 4, superintendent's report. We'll start with item A, constraint 4, innovation. The superintendent shall ensure that students and families have more than one high-quality option for their education. So Dr. Ball?
Yes, I think everybody's noticed we've had these very nice looking plaques, and they on here have our board superintendent outcome goals, the board constraints, and then the superintendent constraints. So every month we have developed a monitoring calendar. So every month we will be addressing one of these components. Happens to be that this month we are going to address the survey, the baseline for the family and student survey that was taken just recently this fall semester. And Ms. Davis will be addressing that one. Oh, you can do the next, sorry.
I'll do the survey.
Okay.
My apologies. Good evening. Today, I would like to share with you the constraint that requires us to develop a family and student baseline survey. We partnered with Panorama, who is a company that is well known for developing educational services, surveys, and provides services throughout the process in support of the leaders who are implementing these surveys. We developed 2 surveys. One was a student survey that was proctored to all of our 5th grade, all of our 8th grade, and all of our 11th grade students. Simultaneously, we developed a family survey that was given to parents of these students. The topics that we covered included engagement, pedagogical effectiveness, school climate, learning strategies, their school program and choices that they have, whether students felt a sense of belonging, what type of teacher-student relationships were built, and the valuing of math. We specifically selected math because it is an area of opportunity for us. For families, the topics that were selected were barriers to engagement, family engagement, school climate, communication, school fit, as well as school program choices. In your actual PowerPoint presentation that you have access to, you can access the actual surveys. Those are hyperlinked there. The baseline survey timeline, we knew that we had to come to our board and present that as part of our progress monitoring calendar. So the survey was open on October 3rd, and it was a 3-week survey. It closed on October 27th, where our principals were trained on accessing their dashboard as well as the playbooks for any of their low strategies. We established a baseline survey with planning with our technology, planning with our principals, talking about proctoring initiatives. Dr. Ball created a video in both English and Spanish for the parents to encourage them to take the survey as it was voluntary. And of course, we monitored weekly for the 3 weeks that we had the survey running, and families received reminders. The families that weren't completing the survey kept receiving a reminder to complete it every Wednesday and every Friday. Our response rates for our targeted audience for our family survey, we had a response rate of 58.6%, which is actually, comparatively speaking, a pretty good response rate. For our student survey, we had about 84% of our students take the survey from our 5th, 8th, and 11th grade. One of the things for us to consider this was our baseline survey, we plan to give it again at the end of the year. So one of the things that we want to consider is we uploaded the names. There are certain students who may be receiving special education services that aren't really able to access this type of survey. And of course, even though our principals tried to access the students who were absent, sometimes they were unable to. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to share the top 2% favorable out of all of the categories that were given and the lowest 2. So the survey was broken down into grades 3, 5, 6, 12, and then the family survey. So right now, and only because there's a shift in vocabulary, so the students can actually access. So grades 3 through 5 and 6 through 8 were very similar as far as the questions were concerned, but the vocabulary usage was a bit different. So our 3rd through 5th grade students answered favorably for the valuing of math and pedagogical effectiveness were our 2 highest performing categories. I will say that percent favorable actually means that they agree mostly or agree somewhat. That's not even including their neutral responses. So neutral response is not included as a favorable response. And then our 2 areas of opportunity to work with are the engagement of our 3rd through 5th grade students and the number of school programs, instructional programs, or choices that they have as far as after school or additional type of programs such as innovative programs. For 6th through 12th grade, we had a total of 2,842 responses, and our top 2 favorable responses were that in pedagogical effectiveness and teacher-student relationships. Sense of belonging and engagement are 2 areas of opportunity for 6th through 12th grade students. When we shared the dashboard, each principal and survey coordinator at each campus has access to the dashboard. I am showing you a very high-level overview. The principals and survey coordinators can actually go into their dashboard, click on that 46%, and it outlines which were the specific questions that were asked under this category. They could break it down to which kind of students answered favorably. Gender, broken down by gender, broken down by race, broken down by special categories such as art students who participate in RTI, special ed, the different types of student populations. And that way they are able to reach and then take action with what it is their personal campus displayed. Now remember that I'm also showing you the district level. This varied campus to campus, and each principal has their own personalized dashboard. For the family survey, we had 2,881 families respond, and our most percent favorable were barriers to engagement. They felt that those barriers to engagement were definitely not such an issue, but they did indicate that other family engagement practices could come into play, as well as school program and choices, which is why, of course, we have our office to be able to take a look at that and be able to offer more choices each and every year. And this is the baseline survey. We just established it now. Please keep in mind that we will give this survey again at the end of the year. And one of the things that I do want to point out, and it didn't upload here, is the action playbook. It comes with, Panorama comes with just such a variety of strategies that are dependent on the different topics. So for example, one of the things that is going to be implemented by our Chief Equity Officer are going to be equity chats. based on what we saw that the district survey is telling us. Every campus principal has access to that campus playbook and the different strategies based on where it is that they have the areas of opportunity to be able to provide better services for their students and for their families. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Ms. Eaton, I'm here, that the part where you said that there's, I'm sorry, we good? Okay. That there's detailed information based on each campus available. Do we have access to that as board members?
You don't currently now, but I'm sure that we can provide that access, absolutely.
I would really like to see that per campus, ma'am.
Absolutely, we can make that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Eaton. Any other questions? Mr. Diaz?
Thank you, Ms. Davis. So just to have the full-throated conversation, can you reframe and like set the table for us? So what was the purpose of the survey? What is the intended purpose of the survey? Let me start there. Just to have like, to build off of that for the conversation.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we're always trying to do as a school district is improve the services that we provide our students. And not just that, our families, as well as our staff. What we have implemented in the past is a TASB survey that goes out to all of staff here. But one of the things that we didn't have is a survey that is similar to the TASB survey that is intended for the audience of our students so that we could get that direct feedback from our students, not just a localized group, because we have other forms of accessing that type of feedback. I know Dr. Ball has the Superintendent Advisory Council, but we wanted to reach a larger audience. This year, we started with 5th, with 8th, and 11th. And the reason that we selected those grade levels is because by this time, these students have gone through the entire gamut of elementary, the entire gamut of middle school, and most of high school. And so the purpose is that we not just draw feedback from our staff and our administrators, but we also want to draw that feedback from a larger audience of students, and we also want to draw that feedback from our larger audience of parents. Yes, we have opportunities for our parents to engage in certain, the DSBC, and in a lot of other type of committees. Growth and Planning Committee is huge, but that usually just targets the people that show up. Right. So we also want to find other ways to gather feedback so that we can improve the services, both instructionally speaking, the services that we provide in instructional programs. How can we better improve our climate and our customer service? So that was the purpose.
And then, so now we have a baseline. So I guess high level, because I don't want to ask you something that you're not prepared for, but high level, how does this then get out to everybody in the district to be vertically aligned and then cross-departmentally accessible, like for a tactical strategy? Like I get the high-level strategy, but at the tactical level, what is that going to look like?
Yes, sir. The tactical level really begins at the campus, right? Because again, our parents and our students first engage at the campus level, not at the district level. And so our principals and survey coordinators received a training on October 31st, 3 days after the dashboard was released to them, as to how to access what I showed you here. They have a huge dashboard, which you guys are going to have access to very soon. And their dashboard is very specific, where they can see each category, how they performed. And then on each category, they have the ability to dig deeper. And as they dig deeper, they're able to identify very specific types of populations and their responses. From there, they receive training on accessing the action playbook. So, for example, if it says that here at my campus, school climate may have been the lowest performing, they're able to look at the questions, what kind of questions were asked, who specifically responded that they don't feel like that there's a good school climate. It could have been English language learners that were identified as, I don't really have a fit in this. I don't really engage in my classrooms. And so that they're able to take action using a variety of strategies. For example, being able to provide more type of engagement practices that reaches that particular audience. So the strategy, the best strategy, begins at the campus where the source is at. From there, then we, as a senior staff, are then able to discuss what other strategies how we can mostly support at the campus, but how we can also implement at the district. In my case, for example, I see that school program and choices is really one of the lowest performing district-wide. So that means that I have to go back and sit down with my team and discuss how are we going to approach the different choices that we have. I know we have choices here in our school district, but are they truly accessible? So that's a question I have to ask. We have, for example, a STEM middle school, but we always have students on the waiting list because we can only take 150. So as we are talking about other campuses that are now available for other grants, because that's how we've been funding the Office of Innovation, I have to think, okay, we have a STEM middle school here in the northern part of the district, but we don't have one in the southern part of the district. So even though it may be open enrollment, is it really accessible? Because we don't provide transportation. So either we provide transportation or we create another option that is more accessible for other students. That's kind of the overall thought of how we could use the survey and an example.
I'm going to yield to let anybody else ask, but I have more questions, so I'll just.
Any other questions? I have a question. You said that, well, I thought you'd said that we had the full results in our board book. I didn't see that, but you said we're going to have access to a dashboard.
Yeah,
'cause
I'm
I'd be
sorry. The
excited to dig in.
principals have full access to their dashboard. We have a district dashboard, and you all will be receiving the district access.
Okay,
dashboard.
great. I think the thing that made me curious was well, I'll ask this question first, and then I'll come back to the other one later. Well, you said we selected those grades. For the family surveys, was it limited also to parents of fifth, eighth, and 11th graders, or was it all families in the district received that?
It was originally started as that, and then towards the latter part of the window, we did open it, and we asked the principals, as well as our communications office shared that district-wide. And so these are things that we can consider strategically for our end-of-year survey.
Yeah.
And of course, we could take direction from our board as to whether opening it up or keeping it the same, at least for the first baseline comparison.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, or should I go to Mr. Diaz next? We might just ping pong a little bit. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Ms. Davis, so the survey results are really impressive. I think, at least for our business, we would want to have these percentages of results. But when you looked at the family surveys, were you able to identify high response areas in comparison to others? So like my initial concern is, do we have families in certain parts of the district or in certain communities that may not have access to digital devices? They may not have the ability to self-advocate. So like, just to ensure that that's great, 58% is perfect. I'm just not concerned. I just want to make sure that the other 40% do have resource or the support in order to get them also engaged, right? So, but the numbers are wonderful. I just want to make sure that 40% are not all coming from a specific disaggregated group. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. I would have to dig down into each school campus to see where it's coming from. But one of the things that we did share, and I know principals opened up their doors for families specifically, I know they kept sending almost a daily reminder to their parents. And within that reminder, and even within the video that was created, we did say if any parent would like to take the survey online and they don't have access, we did open our doors for them to come and take it. But there's definitely more work that can be done there to ensure that everybody has access, whether it is that we send a paper copy and then we have somebody manually enter should a paper copy come back. That is definitely a strategy that wasn't considered for the first time, but can most certainly be done for the second time around.
That's great. And then how often are we doing the surveys?
So this was our first one, this was our baseline, and we intend to give it again towards the latter part of April, early May.
Okay. And then in the system, in the system, is there a way to identify new responders that initially weren't engaged, just to see what the delta in new audiences, if you will?
So that's a great question. For students, we hopefully will be able to catch the other 15%.
Sure.
For families, we did at first send a direct link so that even though it remained confidential, not anonymous, right? But then towards the latter part, because we weren't getting all the responses that we were hoping for, we did then provide a general link. So in that sense, if they used the general link versus their specific link, then we're not able to track. We would be able to track those families that used a specific link, whether they're returning customers or whether we have more. And that is just really something that in speaking with Panorama and their professional survey providers, they actually suggested doing both because it's very hard. They work with other districts to sometimes have families use a specific link. Within their reminders, they would get that specific link. But I also think that there's that stigma, well, is this link truly going to be anonymous because it's sent to me? And so that would definitely be some guidance that we could take as whether we would want to perhaps maybe have a greater window. Maybe 3 weeks can turn into 4 weeks. Maybe it could turn into 6 weeks. We could open it earlier and wait a little later and just use a specific link. That would help us track. We did start with that, but as we got closer and we weren't seeing the responses that we wanted, we opened up to a generalized link.
And just one thing just to wrap it up. And I know that you're reliant heavily, unfortunately, on grant funding. I think and that's a greater conversation for us to have, but I think when you identify action steps needed to increase, I guess, resource to improve the results of the survey, as those are action items for us.
Correct.
So bring those, and that way we can have the greater conversation about how to fund it appropriately.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Are there other questions? Okay. I think the rest of my questions will be answered when we have access to the larger suite of data, and I'm excited to dig into that. So thank you so much for implementing this, and I think it is going to help our district cater to the needs of our families and our students. So thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Are you also on deck for the next presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that will be on options for families.
Okay, so hello again. This evening, I would like to share with you an update on the innovation models that we have here in our school district, and it is part of Constraint Progress 4B. In order to talk about what types of innovations we have, I'd like to remind you what the System of Great Schools Network is. This is a partnership that we engaged with at the beginning of last school year. It is a TEA partnership that provides us technical assistance to the principals, and it provides executive advisors to Chief Innovation Officer, myself, and our Director of Innovation and Accountability. It also allows us to participate in professional learning communities, and it provides a great deal of support in applying for grants. And when I talk about these types of grants, they are school action fund grants that could provide millions of dollars for our school district, and already have. Last year, they provided $1.5 million to both Metzger Middle School and Park Village to be redesigned as blended learning campuses. That set those two campuses in motion to be part of a 3-year partnership where they receive more technical assistance from TEA. At the time that we joined last year, we were one of only 16 districts that were part of the System of Great Network, and they've added 5 more. We're now part of a distinct group of 21 school districts. Through this partnership, then we established a district innovation designation. And if you recall, at the end of the year, you approved, thank you very much, Board, the Fine Arts Academy at Olympia and France Leadership Academy. Previous to that, you had approved the Converse year-round elementary school as well as the ELOF STEAM Academy. So I just am going to briefly show you, these are the instructional program choices that are innovative within our school district and that we currently offer: blended learning, Fine Arts Academy, Spanish immersion at Wortham Oaks and Hartman Elementary. We have our Leadership Academy at France. We have Leadership in Incubation at Wortham Oaks, our year-round school in Converse, our STEM and STEAM campuses, ELOF and Judson Middle School. And then we have our college and career readiness models. As you know, part of the SGS grant allowed us to add a P-TECH to our school district. And so actually last week we met for the first time with our assigned P-TECH coach from TEA. And all of this year, we are going to be planning with the administration on how to implement a P-TECH program at Judson High School. That was one of the 3 college and career readiness models that we didn't have here. And so this year we are in the planning year for Judson High School P-TECH. We have our T-STEM program at Wagner and our early college high school JECA program. In addition, you approved the LOTC that came about from our listen and learn conversations. We heard our community. They wanted a leadership program that would help a little bit with what we struggled. I think every school across Texas and everywhere in our nation struggled a little bit with some disciplinary issues. Students were at home. They had forgotten how it was when they came back to classroom. And I will tell you, this has been quite a success story. You see some of our pictures here. There was a news story in the Community Impact about the Judson LOTC. And we have our cadets across the school district participating in ceremonies, assisting with food distribution, and learning leadership skills at an early grade level, which could also route them to ROTC. Doesn't necessarily have to. But we are also in the conversation yesterday, I met with the LOTC instructors to developing STEP teams, and just really excited about these opportunities for our students. And our LOTC instructors are just fabulous. So I would like to give them a shout out. So innovation leading to improvement. Across our 4 innovation designation campuses, which are our local campuses, the ones I just mentioned, we are seeing overall improvement in attendance, academics, and enrollment. Because regardless of what type of innovation usually should not just be just to innovate. There's got to be a purpose behind it. And here at Judson, we want to help improve our attendance, we want to help improve our student performance, as well as our enrollment. So when you take these campuses together, we've seen an improvement in average attendance of 2.5 percentage points. When you take these campuses together, there was an improvement of 12 percentage points in academic achievement and 17 percentage points in the academic growth. Together, these 4 campuses also improved by 343 students since 2021 in their enrollment. So again, we use that criteria as, is this innovation helping? That's the whole point behind innovating. So now I'd just like to show you individually at Park Village Blended Learning Academy, which was established just last year. They were only in their planning year last year. This year is their first year of implementation. So they did increase in their percentage points of average attendance, 7 points in academic domain. They remain steady in academic growth and steady in enrollment, but that gives us some ideas. We did launch a commercial that was aired on our TV. Unfortunately, by the time that we had planned the whole planning year, that commercial launched a little bit late. It did launch in the summer. We plan to relaunch some commercials early on as we begin our registration process this year so that we could boost the enrollment. For our blended learning campus at Metzger Middle School, same thing. They went through the part of just planning last year, but you could still see the type of improvement because as they were planning, there were small pilots that were happening at each of these campuses. So principals implemented small pilots of HQIM in certain grade levels. Again, high quality instructional materials. Small pilots of implementing RBs, research-based instructional strategies, so on and so forth. But you can see here, that looks like a big decline. There was a decline of 4 students when we're taking the average enrollment. So I will say that this is the average enrollment from beginning of the year to now. So I would say that they remain steady. Again, this commercial for Metzger Middle School was launched in the summer. Definitely gives us something to think about. Now that we have done the entire planning, we are moving forward to the implementation this year. What is blended learning? Just a friendly reminder, blended learning is a combination of many factors that are implemented simultaneously in the classroom that allow the student to have voice, choice in seating and arrangement and in their type of learning. I would like to say that we ordered furniture that we shared with you back in our April meeting. That furniture, as you know, there's so many setbacks with COVID and whatnot, but both campuses are scheduled to receive their furniture, and the principals are going to be here on the Thanksgiving holiday and in the Christmas holiday so that they can rearrange their classrooms with their new furniture that came through this grant. Technology integration, the grant was able to fund the flat screen panels that are being used in the innovative models classroom across our district, and so all of them have received them. They all implement the use of HQIM, and both principals and their academic coaches go through monthly leadership and instructional coaching provided by a technical assistance provider from TEA. So all of that are in-kind supports that also come through this grant. And then the district and the campuses are also participating in training provided free of cost through the grant on RBs, which are research-based instructional strategies. The purpose behind this is we want to develop the campuses so that they can be models of instruction and as well use the personnel there to also help when we're providing training across our district. Our year-round school at Converse Elementary, you can see some of their gains here. They began in 2020 and since then have increased their enrollment by 60 students and increased their average attendance, academic achievement, and academic growth by 19 percentage points, 7 points, and 2.4 percentage points. Some of the highlights at Converse Elementary, in their first year of implementation, they implemented intercessions. And intercessions were periods where they had 1 week where students were off, but select students, depending on their performance in school, were invited to attend to receive greater instructional support. When they started with 190 days of instruction, and this year they've increased it to 200 school days so that they can embed that support within the school time. Because oftentimes you might invite a student to come, but they might not come in intercession. So one of their strategies was to increase that number of instructional days so that they can embed basically the intercession within the time and capture the students while they were on campus. They expect their accelerated growth due to this supplemental instruction, and so they have definitely done great things, improved a letter grade as well. For ELOF STEAM Academy, same thing. You can see the increase in attendance, academic achievement, and growth. And since 2020, they have increased 145 students since their innovation designation. Some of the highlights at ELOF. This last summer, their students participated in an overnight trip to NASA where they were able to take a tour, an evening tour, camped out inside NASA Museum, and then the following morning they were given a specialized tour of the compound and they engaged in STEM activities. And it was just a culminating trip as being part of a STEAM Academy, something that was rewarding for the students. They have scheduled STEAM nights and Legoland field trips. For their females, they have a club called Mini Gems that is a partnership with the University of Incarnate Word. And one of the things that all teachers got trained in was project-based learning through Project Lead the Way. And they've continued to receive that training, and they are implementing project-based learning for projects throughout their entire school year. France Leadership Academy, which was just established this last school year, and implementation is this school year. They have increased 58 students since 2021 and also saw a dramatic improvement. As you know, they are a B campus, and they saw great improvement, not just in growth, but also in student achievement. And so kudos to France Elementary for that. Some of the things, highlights as them being part of this innovation designation is they have implemented student-led conferences, family nights. So it's no longer the teacher talking to the parent. It is the students talking to the parent about what their goals are academically in all of their classes, how their progress is, and what they need to do to continue to improve. They've had their first student-led data night, and they have 2 more scheduled throughout the year, because what we want to do is develop leaders who are confident in speaking in public, confident in knowing what it is they're good at and what it is that they need to achieve. Also, they've rearranged the way that they offer their specials and their clubs. They also offer electives. And so their electives will change quarterly, and it gives the students the opportunity to choose what they want to learn based on their interest. Currently, they are offering art, engineering, STEM choir, and boom whackers, which is music and movement, makerspace, and this coming semester, they're going to add karate. And so the students, these electives that they get to choose will be changed quarterly. But the beautiful thing about this, and kudos to Dr. There's the France team, because they are not going to make students select between clubs or tutoring. So students who need the assistance are not going to be left out. They alternate by grade level clusters per month so that no student has to choose one over the other. And then they are preparing for their first community service project. They are going to open up a France food pantry, providing the needed service to the Live Oak community. It is sponsored by the Student Council, but the students are going to have to apply to have a job in participating in this food pantry. So it's truly showing them those leadership skills and skills that they're going to need to be prepared for the workforce at an early age. So kudos to France Leadership Academy. Did I go the wrong way? Okay, and last but not least, our Fine Arts Academy at Olympia Elementary has increased, as you can see, up to 19 percentage points in their growth, and they have increased 124 students in their average enrollment since 2021. Some of the things that they have done now as a result of their innovation designation is they have expanded specials. Mr. George's focus is to increase the instructional outcome, to continue to increase the instructional outcome of Olympia Elementary. So one of the things that they're doing, when you look at all of JISD, most of JISD students receive 3 3/4 hours in fine arts. They are receiving 5 1/4 hours. So that allows the students to participate in a greater length of time in the specials rotations that have been revamped to include music, art, and PE. But while the students are there with the specials teachers, the instructional teachers, core teachers, are having extended planning. And I will tell you, that is one PLC that I encourage you to go see. The way that they engage and the way that they just interact and provide feedback in their instructional planning is pretty neat to see, as well as how those leaders engage with the teachers. They also have expanded club options, fine arts focus and integrated performances. They have added cheer to their campuses, and they've already had their first 2 performances in Pumpkin Patch and a Veterans Day celebration. That being said, that was a recap of the 4 innovation designation campuses that you approved. But now there's an opportunity for more, where we are going to ask for your guidance, because we have an opportunity to apply for the LASSO grant, which is similar to the T-Class grant, which is a school action grant, school action fund that can provide a hefty amount of money. So what are school actions? Comprehensive and bold strategies that districts can use to improve access to high-quality options, just as I mentioned before with our sample of JSTEM. The School Action Fund is a TEA grant program that supports both planning and the implementation of the actions. It provides tools and resources, expert support through technical assistance, as well as considerable funding. That being said, we have 5 campuses that have been identified by TEA as targeted comprehensive support, and therefore they qualify for this grant under the LASSO grant. That's just the name TEA gives it. And our 5 campuses are Kirby Middle School, Woodlake, Converse Elementary, Spring Meadows, and Candlewood. The principals have been notified that they qualify for this grant And as soon as we come back from our Thanksgiving break, we're going to sit down with the principals and have a discussion about what type of action would be reasonable and what kind of innovation they envision. So why the selection of these schools? That is something that TEA selected, taken together when we look at these 5 schools in comparison to the rest of our campuses. They serve a higher percentage of students of color, students who are economically disadvantaged, and emergent bilingual students compared to the rest of the Judson schools. They are also concentrated in the southern half of the district. And so one of the things that we try to do through the Office of Innovation is ensure equity, right? So additional monies are provided so that we can help support the students through different means. What are the needs of the school? When you take all these schools in combination, you can see that they have lower STAR proficiency scores in both math and reading. And so certain of those strategies focus on implementation of research-based systems, high-quality instructional materials. And the goal for any of these grants is, of course, to dramatically accelerate the learning outcomes of students. So 2 of the actions, there's actually several, but I'm only showing you these 2 because number 1, a redesign is something that we've already implemented, but the other actions are a little bit more bold and would consider reconstitution, would consider closing. And so I'm approaching these first. If you would like to discuss reconstitution, we can do that at a later time. But creating a new school is a little bit more feasible. So when we talk about a new school, we would have to hire a new principal, which can be done out of the grant funds that would be awarded. And that would be a requirement. But you can implement a school within the same campus. So for example, what this means is if we were to take Kirby, we could hire a principal or hire the current principal and hire an assistant to support so that the principal would be required to spend 20 hours a week in planning the new innovative campus, whether that be a STEM, whether that be a college prep or a Montessori. So those are the 3 that the School Action Fund would recommend. It could be a college prep with a focus on public impact, with a focus on recycling, but it has to be those 3. And then within that, we would have to get a new PEIMS code and then phase out the current school and maybe call it Kirby STEM Academy. It would have a new PEIMS number. Students would be phased in gradually. It could be the same students that are there, but the new implementation after the planning year would first be applied to 6th grade, then 6th and 7th, then 6th, 7th, and 8th. Does that make sense? Okay, so these are the opportunities that we have. What could this look like, right? So we take a look and we look at what the academics, what student performance is saying. We take a look at the enrollment. Right now, when we analyze the enrollment of Kirby, it is a underutilized school with 389 open seats. You might be asking yourself, where are we getting this data? All of this data is, of course, we can access it through any of our PEIMS, we can access it through TEA, and so we always conduct a QSA to be able to identify the data from these campuses. And as I mentioned earlier, this could be a STEM campus, this could be a college prep campus, we could make it whatever it is that we choose to make it. Further conversation would be needed, of course, and I do know that we have our first school board advisory for innovation. This is where we plan to gather greater feedback. Candlewood is also one of our campuses, and so I'm not going to talk about all 5 campuses. I'm just giving an example of a middle school and an example of an elementary campus. Candlewood does feed into Kirby, but we could create a pipeline of STEM. We could create a pipeline of college prep that would then feed into our high school. Those are some of the things that the grant funders would be looking for as to what is our purpose, why are we doing that, what is the need, what does our enrollment show, what is the utilization of the seats that we have, and what is our plan. And of course, one of the things that they look for is what type of support does the board have? What kind of support does the superintendent have? Because part of that would include an interview with the superintendent and myself as far as being awarded these grants. So our next steps, of course, is to have a discussion with our principals as soon as we come back from our Thanksgiving break, take some guidance from our innovation board advisory, as well as our students and leadership, and then this grant would be submitted on December 22nd. It was just released. So that is the update on the Office of Innovation, which just launched in January. Do you have any questions?
Looks like Ms. Eaton had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hi.
Love everything you just explained. I have a question, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Would the track remain the same from elementary to middle and moving forward? Whichever track we decide on, or you guys decide on, and we support, would it remain the same? If it's going to be STEM, will it be STEM in elementary, then they move to middle school for STEM, and then move into high school for STEM?
I think that is a good approach. It doesn't have to be that way. So Candlewood could decide to be a Montessori campus. And then Kirby decide to be STEM or college prep. But I think it is reasonable to consider that because I think that makes a more compelling argument when we're writing that application. But it doesn't have to be.
No. I would prefer it that way because I know that there were some families that were concerned that their kids were part of the STEM program at the middle school level, and then, when they made it to high school, it just went away.
Correct.
And the kids were kind of disappointed because they were very, very interested in the program.
I would agree with you. And so when I'm thinking of how we would write that, I think it makes for a more compelling argument to have a pathway
Yes.
for our students from the elementary to the high school.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Yes, Ms. King.
Thank you so much for that thorough presentation there. It's so great to be able to get an update and regarding on what's going on in the Department of Innovation. And it's also awesome seeing the benefits of having innovative campuses and seeing the growth and the benefits. So thank you so much, and I look forward to discussing further with the School Board Advisory Committee and regarding to things that can be implemented, ideas. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Knorr, thanks.
Thank you. I just want to call out one of the schools that you mentioned. I was at the Universal City Council meeting on, when was it, Tuesday, and the Parks Partners were presenting checks to the organizations that had participated in the pumpkin patch. And they said that the night that Olympia was there was the most well-attended event that they've ever had, and they sold more pumpkins and all kinds of things because it wasn't just one group coming out and singing. There were lots of student groups, lots of parents there. There was a lot of participation, and they were really grateful that the school came out and helped support that. So I just wanted to share that so everybody knows. It was really nice to hear.
That's fabulous. And that is also the purpose of innovation. We want to be able to engage our families and provide something that our families want and need.
You got two questions. You got to yield for me.
I'll let y'all duke it out, or
Just as for the audience, Raph and I are trying to talk about how many questions we can ask. But great presentation. Appreciate that. I had a couple of, one stems on the increased enrollment, trying to have a better understanding of that enrollment is due to the geography, or is it because we're an open enrollment district and we're finding students coming from outside the district going to those particular schools? Is there some sort of sense of what that increase is coming from?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I do know that data is available, and I can provide it to Dr. Ball for Friday notes.
I mean, obviously, the strategic purpose for that is to determine, are we going to continue to be an open district based on some of the concerns that came up in elementary and the overcrowding and so forth. So we really do need to look at those things. So I would be highly interested.
Absolutely, but I would like to point out that we do study the utilization of the seats that are available. So within our campuses that we have, we do study how many seats are available and whether or not we want to make that an innovative campus or not.
And I noticed that on the middle school, where there is an underutilization at Kirby, which again sounds good. So the additional question I have is in relation to the sustainability of the program, there is a cost. We are receiving grant funding for these programs currently, but has there been an actual cost? Because naturally, at some point, the grant funds will run out, and we'll have to consider the cost of maintaining the program. Do you have those costs structured in with each program right now?
I can provide those for you, absolutely. So our major costs have been that the School Action Fund grant. Each campus has received $750,000, so they do have costs, in their initial costs that have included, aside from the training, because those are in-kind supports, have been the flat screen panels. So we would want to, when time comes, be able to continue to furnish that. The updated furniture that is coming in a couple of weeks. And so I would say that mostly it is training, and we want to be able to continue that training for any new teachers and administrators. But if the training is done well, that can also be done in-house. And that's part of the reason why we've included, for example, the district CNI team in the training of the RBs, of the research-based instructional strategies, because the idea is that we do sustain. Please do understand, though, that the expectation from TEA is if we're accepting these grants, that we do come up with a strategy to be able to sustain all of these innovations.
And that's the reason why I'd like to know the cost per each
Absolutely.
program so that we can look at that viability
Right.
going forward. So, yeah, I will look forward to that information.
Yes.
And the last question I have, I actually have two more, but I'm going to just ask one more. The idea that this innovation is working would have to do some comparison to our traditional programming. So how are our innovation schools comparing to our traditional track? Is there that analysis to compare where they rank? Like, for example, if all of the innovation schools in elementary, are they our top 1, 2, and 3 in terms of campus ratings? Are they still, where are they, in the middle, at the bottom? What does that compare to on a traditional track?
So the comparison that I showed to you right now was the enrollment and academic achievement, and we are comparing them to themselves, right? How much they have improved. The other piece is we can provide that, knowing, though, that 2 of our campuses just launched this year, knowing that 2 of our, no, actually it would be 4, because 2 were district innovation designations and 2 were TEA designations, and last year they were in their planning year. So we can provide that to you, but with the understanding that you know when they officially launched planning and when they officially launched implementation.
And that's fair enough, but obviously sustainability. If traditional
Absolutely.
works and we're seeing results, innovation didn't take hold. And so we'll need a timeline of what that expectation for improved results will be. Obviously, the first year is a baseline year. Second year, third year, when will we see that? That way we're using our resources as effectively as possible. And if it means we default back to a traditional campus because it works, that's sort of the comparison I'd like to see to make a true comparison on how it's working out there.
Yes, and so district innovation designations have been given a timeline of 3 years. And usually because all research points to the fact that it takes about 3 years to turn around a campus.
Mr. Diaz, did you have a question?
Ms. Davis, so the GSG conferences and sessions, those are usually attended by chief innovation officers and superintendents. Is there the opportunity for the trustees to attend those conferences?
Absolutely. In fact, they want board members and superintendents to attend. And so I will be sharing those with you. We just had our first one in Seguin a week or 2 ago. The next one is coming, actually, I believe it's Edgewood. They're also part of the System of Great Schools grant, and I will be sharing all of that information with you. There's also one coming up I will share all of that information with you as soon as I have. But I know that TEA offers learning labs at different districts that are part of SGS, and they really do want to see our superintendents and our board members. Then over the summer, there's the SGS Summit in Austin. Last year, we held it at the Resort Lakeway. I did provide that to you, and I will make sure that you get it again this summer.
I keep on writing GSG. It's SGS. Yeah. Erase that part. So on the first part of the presentation, you showed all of the campuses. At a high level, what did you find that worked across all of the campuses? Let me stop there. What worked across all of the campuses, right? Because they're all different models, but like I'm assuming tactically you deployed something, just differentiated the flavor of it.
I would say that the principals, including their campus staff, definitely worked. Where there was more opportunity for it to be a year-long preparation, that worked better in the improvement of enrollment. Because not only did they strategically meet with their staff, but they also invited select focus groups of parents to participate. I know that that is, for example, one of the strategies that Mr. Shannon employed, and the parents were very outspoken and very vocal as to what it is that they wanted. And as you can see, they support the students when they are doing the performances. So that is a strategy that is also part of innovation. It might be a little bit harder to measure how many parents are coming out, but you see the engagement because you see it in the culture. And the way that I define that is when you take away all of the posters on the wall, what do you see? What do you observe? And that is the engagement of the parents, the support of the parents of their students in coming, the increasing in enrollment. So I would say that when there has been a greater time to plan, there's a greater execution. So that's one of the things that has worked.
Okay. And then like the alternate, or the alternate, right? So synthesize for us, what are the things that you were hoping for worked that may not have hit the mark just yet? I don't want to say failed, but like just not there just yet.
So for our two campuses, our enrollment at Park Village and Metzger has still not increased. It remains steady, but that is something that, you know, we launched. We realized that by the time we had done the whole implementation year, we brought it to the board in April and in May. And so it was approved then. Then we had to go out and hire somebody, you know, for the commercial production. And well, by then the students had gone. So then we had to ask a select group of students to come back and let's film. By the time that the whole entire commercial was produced, it was already like late June. And so we missed the mark there. Now though, we have something ready that we can always be able to send back when registration begins. That's one of the pieces. The other pieces is it's a challenge. I'm not going to lie. Love the money that we receive in the grants. It's very difficult to write a grant. Then it's competitive because these grants are not formulary. They are competitive. But once we get them, there's a lot more that comes to it with the strings that are attached. Our principals go through countless hours of participation in all great things. A lot of training, but it is a lot of work and a lot of requirements. And so it's also sometimes just a challenge to deal with our Texas Education Agency. And so that's what we do.
Okay. Ms. Eaton, you had a question?
Yes. Excuse my voice. What type of effect, what type of effect will this have on our children as far as pivoting from what they're currently doing, and more importantly, our bilingual students? What type of effect will it have on them? If you have any, information on that right now.
Yes, ma'am. what we're hoping for is that we develop great leaders, students that not only that aren't just meeting their academic outcomes, but that are also developing their soft skills, critical thinking, collaboration. We know that when we hit that work environment, it is not just working by ourselves, but it's also learning to collaborate with people who you may not want to collaborate with. And so, for example, under blended learning, students have that opportunity where we talk about voice and choice, but there's also requirements that students need to learn to handle. So they have that opportunity to work independently, but then they are required to go to a station where they have to collaborate with others. Then they are required to go to a station where they use the instructional tools to identify, here's where I'm low in, here's where I need to improve. Then they go to another station where they have to learn to present and be able to speak and feel comfortable speaking in public and addressing their teachers, addressing their peers, addressing their parents. We want to be able to have our students feel comfortable being great citizens of the community, have those leadership opportunities where they develop a project and they're able to apply, not just automatic, but understand that there's competitiveness in the world. So there's all of these skills that are not just core content, but that are also all these other skills that make somebody great. And that's what we want to instill in our students. Core content, of course, because we're a school, but everything else comes with it. If we just did one without the other, then we wouldn't be hitting the mark for our kiddos. As far as your question related to bilingual students, a good instructional strategy applies to every student, whether they are bilingual, whether they are special education students. We are required to use certain strategies with our bilingual and SPED students, but that's also a great strategy for all others. So all of these components, when we receive these grants, we are required to use RBs, research-based instructional strategies, because research has identified that it is evidence-based and that it works with populations in need. We are required to use high-quality instructional materials. That's part of what that funding is for. And all of that is evidence-based. So the idea is that our students perform better. Takes time, but that is the goal.
Other questions? Mr. Diaz?
Sort of dovetailing off of what Mrs. Eden asked, because our fifth constraint is superintendent shall ensure that all students in special programs such as special education, 504, so on, have access to appropriate learning supports. So, again, for the full third conversation for people watching and parents especially, right? Talk to us about how the Office of Innovation, in collaboration with whomever else, when they look at models, they ensure that that model is attainable for every student's starting point and any special abilities that they may have.
Absolutely. So that's what RBs is. Research-based instructional strategies focuses on not just the skill, but the process for students attaining that skill. And so when teachers receive the training, you talk about here's meeting the student where they're at and how it is that we're going to scaffold so that all students reach that goal. And I say that because our state of Texas, when you think of the accountability system, they provide two options, right? They provide the option of growth, whichever one we perform best in, or the option of student achievement. But at the end of the day, students will still have a goal to meet, whether it's here in school or whether it's out in life. And so we do want to provide those scaffolds to get students to the goal, and we want to acknowledge growth, but we also want to be able to say, this is the goal they need to meet, and eventually we want to scaffold them to the level that they will need to meet, aside from just that growth as well. And so that being said, all of the research-based instructional strategies focus on the skill, but then what is the process that they're going to need to get to that skill, whether it includes using manipulatives, and they all do, because good instruction should always include manipulatives. It must include realia. It must include visuals. It must appeal to that auditory learner. And so as teachers and leaders are being trained, they are trained in the usage of all of this, sheltered instruction for our ELs. And in doing so, no matter what innovative model we use, there are certain standards. The use of high-quality instructional materials and the use of research-based instructional systems that TEA doles out that training to us. The goal is that we just don't train those campuses, but that we also train our coordinators and specialists so that they become exposed to what TEA is saying right now. This is the evidence. This is what the research is saying. This is what you need to do. Yes, you started at this level because you piloted here, but the idea is that it shouldn't just stay there. We should use it across all of our campuses. And in essence, that's what we did. If you think about, we started talking about Carnegie at Metzger, and they started implementing it last year. But over the summer, the decision was made to implement Carnegie at all 5 of our middle schools as that supplemental instructional support, and as that support for our students under House Bill 4545. That being said, that's the goal, is that we need to target all students. And you do so by implementing evidence-based learning, evidence-based instruction, and using high-quality instructional materials. Was that? And I could say more, but I think that's.
All right. I have a question. So thank you. I was really excited to see the increases in student attendance and increases in student achievement as a proof point that these are strategies that are working. I think the question I have that connects to the previous presentation about the surveys, and one of the barriers being that, parents don't feel like they're very informed about school choice and things within the district. I'm curious what additional efforts your team has planned in the upcoming, as we begin those enrollment periods and registration periods, to get the word out about all of these great things that are happening at these campuses, and giving every campus a chance to spotlight what they do and things like that. So I'm curious what we're doing, what we have in the works for that.
Well, we're definitely going to work closely with our communications department. We would like to develop commercials for all of our innovative campuses and be able to launch those commercials way ahead of time. That being said, I know that the upcoming commercial they're planning is with Elof's team, because I know that that was established, for example, prior to the official launching of the Office of Innovation. And so that's in the works. One of the things that we did learn when we had our listen and learns, there was one of them, I believe it was at Converse, where I had every principal just come up and talk about all of the specialized campuses that we have. And what I heard from a lot of people afterwards was, oh, wow, I didn't know that we offered this, or I didn't know that we offered that. Because these are just the ones that we're talking about since January. There are plenty of other campuses, as I showed earlier, that are offering a specialized model. So one of our areas of opportunity is showcasing that, is showcasing it through commercials, showcasing it through our Office of Communications, through our social media, and reaching, making a greater outreach through showcasing around the registration timeline. And that is also something that we discussed. By we, the Office of Innovation, I would like to give a shout out to our director, Ms. Denise Jones, and myself. But we do know that it's going to have to be a greater collaborative effort.
Thank you. Ms. Pichelle, thank you.
I just want to make a comment. Thank you so much. This is a great presentation. It really is. And what I was thinking about when you were making this presentation is how beneficial this is for all families that are transferring into our district. I was thinking about military families and how this would be good for them to know just exactly which campus has the program that fits their kid, because we always have those transfer students coming into the district. So this is just wonderful, and kudos to all you principals out there.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
They are the ones that do the greatest work, together with their teachers.
Mr. Diaz.
Mrs. Davis, did the so the second part of the presentation, at least for me, was you have a question for us, or we're going to have to decide something at some point. Is that right?
Yes, we would like, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. As far as the type of innovation, there is the choice of college prep, STEM, or Montessori. My recommendation would be not to include a Montessori at the moment, and only because from the ones that I have observed and I have looked at their academic outcomes, they have not reached the academic outcomes that I would like, and that I'm sure Ms. Dr. Duhar-Toppin would agree. That's not to say these are innovative programs, and sometimes any time you implement something, it takes at least 3 years to see that shift. But it's definitely something that could be considered.
Okay. Have any of the principals, I feel like the principals are in here, and I don't, hi, principals. Okay, they're the ones that wave back.
They have been notified that they are eligible for the grant,
Sure.
but I didn't know what questions were going to come out in the grant, so I haven't met with them.
Okay.
Now that I've gotten that list of questions, which I just recently got because it was just released, I will be scheduling a meeting with them right after the Thanksgiving break so that we can develop the questions together and prepare. On Monday, right after Thanksgiving, we're also going to be meeting with the Innovation Board Advisory so that we can get some guidance from them so that we can make that decision as to what would be the best type. And again, this is just for the application piece.
Okay.
The other thing we need to consider is that if they are not awarded, and this is an innovation that this district is still interested in, are we willing to fund it ourselves?
Okay. Are any of these leaders part of, I know we have a program with Trinity,
Yes.
Holdsworth.
Dr. Kelly Lofton, France Leadership Academy.
Okay.
Mr. Scott Wilson is now fellow. He has gone through the 2 years with TSDN. Holdsworth campus.
And really my question is geared toward, do we already have existing infrastructure with the leaders to know if they had their magic wand, blue sky, what they would want to do? In terms of like something for their campus based on their own experience with students and families and such?
I can
Or are
tell,
we,
yes, I can tell you that Mr. Brooks, the minute that he found out that he was a selected campus, sent me a lot of ideas. Specifically, he was one of the principals that was instrumental in bringing LOTC here. And he already had some connections with LOTC in a nearby district. And he would like to focus on a college prep type of innovation that uses LOTC as leadership piece and expand that across his district. So I know their ideas are brewing, but he's the one that specifically just reached out to me right before. So I do know that our principals are always thinking overtime.
okay. So then procedurally, you'll talk to Innovation Committee.
Each one of
Oh,
them.
I'm sorry, yes,
Innovation
you'll talk
Committee.
to staff and then Innovation Committee, and then comes back to us for more conversation?
The application would need to be submitted December 22nd. I can provide the information as I am directed, either through board notes or come back in December.
And is that a full application or like an LOI, like a letter of interest? Or letter of intention?
No, this is a
full
full-on
application, okay.
competitive grant.
Okay.
So
I'm
just-
completely supportive, I just wanted to understand.
Yes.
Mr. Macias.
And obviously, since you opened the door on this Montessori, I work at a Montessori school. I'm a big fan of the program. But I will say that I did tour the SAISD campuses. Are those the campuses you toured, or were there other campuses that you evaluated?
SAISD campus, and then conversation with TEA and the campuses that were there. I did tour the SAISD.
And I will come to the same conclusion. We're not ready yet. There are still some challenges in that area, but I'm hopeful. I mean, I think
Absolutely.
it's a good program.
Yes, absolutely.
My last point was that these schools resemble our community, and the complaint that I received from PTO leadership is that the marquees do not reflect the programs there, like at ELOF or at Converse. So if there's going to be some movement in that direction, that's something that I think needs to be considered in terms of branding and really shaping the community to understand what we're doing. We talked earlier about communication with the community at large and not being aware. Well, if you don't have it on the marquee when they drop, they're never going to know it's a STEAM Academy at ELOF. So those are things that I'm wondering if there are grant funds or portion of the grants to say, we need to kind of tell people what we're doing. And that sort of, I think, will help in the communication aspect with our community. And so.
I think that's a great idea, and know that it will be implemented upon as quickly as possible. I'm not sure that we can use some of the grant funds for that. That would be something that TA would probably say that the district should invest in, but.
And if it's not costly, it's worth that discussion. So.
Thank you very much for that idea.
Are there other questions? I have one more question. It's a very technical one. So my question is, I noticed you said Judson High School is going to have a P-TECH program.
Yes.
My understanding is that P-TECH can have different focuses. Is that correct? Or
That's right.
What is the one that Judson, or is that still to be determined what Judson High School is
So
going to
we just had our very first meeting.
Oh, okay.
And in that very first meeting and in the application that we had to resubmit even for this coming year, they are thinking of a nursing track and an automotive track. And so nursing, that the 2-year could lead to an LVN, and in the automotive, the thing about P-TECH, it is CTE, but that can give students options, whether you want to go career or whether you want to go college. So for example, when you're thinking automotive, you can think automotive technician. If that is the pathway the student chooses to take, that's the pathway we would respect. Or mechanical engineer, right? So the idea is that it provides them further supports. So for the students in P-TECH, they would be engaging in a bridge, in a summer bridge, very specific to the students in P-TECH. That would provide them supports and hopefully open up the opportunities. They may think in their mind, I could just go to here, but we want to also offer, did you know, are you aware, we can support up to here. And so that's P-TECH. So those are the two things that we had in our very, very first meeting, but we have countless meetings scheduled for this year in order to implement that.
I'm sure it will be a long process. It seems like at least the people here seemed supportive of that based on the audible reaction that I got.
Yes.
And are those, my understanding is, or I don't know, I think there is already like an automotive program and some sort of medical program at Judson, so this would just expand that and make the offerings more rich.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And what we were allowed is we were allowed to use the P-TECH name and the supports. That's actually also one of the grants, and so now we will be applying for that as part of the LASSO grant.
Do you have a total dollar figure on the amount of grant money that you've brought to the district through our Office of Innovation? As like a kudos.
Just since January, maybe 2.5 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. You had a bit of a marathon today with your presentation, so we also thank you for that. All right, we will move on to our consent items. As we've established in our new practices, I'm not going to read all of them. I will just ask if anybody has items that they would like to pull.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Item, let's see, what is this? 5F, please.
5F, you said?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any other items?
Letter C,
Letter C,
J, K,
J, K,
and P.
O, and P. Okay. So far we have C, F, J, K, O, and P. Were there any others? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion
Thank you, Ms. Pichelle.
that we approve the remaining items.
Okay. Is there?
Second.
Okay, that's been motioned and seconded. So we are going to be voting on items 5A, B, D, E, G, H, I, L, M, N, and Q. And let me proceed. Ms. Pichelle. All right, those items pass unanimously. So we'll go first to item C. I believe that was you, Mr. Macias, that pulled that?
Yes, just a request. I noticed there were two items relating to technology on this particular over 50,000 or more. And so I guess I'll ask the first question about the 450,000 in warranty coverage. What I'm trying to understand is that we did have a discussion not too long ago regarding the parents paying a warranty fee of $25. So I'm trying to understand where the this fee is that in relation to that, or is that in addition to, or what's happening here?
Sure.
So the fee that was asked from the parents is to offset the cost for buying the actual warranty. So we have to buy the warranty from the company, and so the funds that we collect from the parents, Mr. Adkins put into a fund to offset the cost for the cost of the warranty for each one of the devices. So this is the request to actually purchase the warranty for the devices based on the funds that are collected. But some of that will have to come from local funds as well.
Well, the item says 450,000, so how much is coming from parents that contributed $25 already? Do we know? Or am I misunderstanding what you're saying?
Okay. The cost for the Chromebook fee was $25 per student, and so the $450,000 is a round figure for a cost per device for the warranty piece, but I don't know what has been collected at this point, so Mr. Adkins will have to get you that information.
Yeah, I can get you that information.
I mean, that would be helpful. The line item is asking for 450,000, but if we've collected 1,000 parents that pay 25, and that's pretty significant, and would reduce that cost. So
Yes.
Wouldn't we want to then just ask for how much we need as opposed to asking for 450,000?
Correct.
Actually, because it's a purchase over 50, we have to ask for the full amount, because even the funds that come from the parents are considered local funds.
Okay, so we then can have a revised figure on what was actually used, I guess, once we give this authority for it?
Correct. We could give you once it is purchased based on the number of devices for the warranty, we would come back with an actual figure. So that's a not to exceed. In the event we add additional devices, we add additional students and so on.
Okay, and so I guess I didn't see the language, but there is a customary language not to exceed the 450 then, if we authorize it?
Yes, sir. I mean, if you give us the authority for 450, we cannot exceed that.
No.
Okay, and then the other one's technology related as well, so just hold on. It's regarding the increase for, well, I guess what I did, I'm looking at my notes, so forgive me. And this chair keeps going down on me. But bottom line is that we allocated $3.7 million more during our budget cycle for technology year over year. So that was a pretty substantial increase in technology funds. And so what I'm trying to get a sense for, these requests are being added after, or, correct?
No, sir. So the request that you're seeing here, TIG is a new company to us, and so we allocated budgeted funds to be able to handle the costs that we knew would be associated with this. However, we did come to you last year, I believe it was in June, and we asked for the 6.5 that you're referring to in order to cover all of our renewals. But at the same time, we said if we were to request something new that is not a renewal, we said we would bring it to you in the over 50,000 column. And these are funds that were not included in anything that we would consider a renewal or something like that. This was simply a new project, so we are bringing it to you as a new project because we have not purchased the warranties in the past from TIG. And the summer refresh project that is related to the other one that is on there was a brand new item that we brought to you as well in this last year, and this is the continuance of that. So it wasn't a technical renew, and so in order to make sure that we kept with what we had told the board, if we were bringing something new to you, we would show it under that amount. So we are not asking for additional budgeted funds. These are simply funds that existed within the technology budget. We are just requesting your permission to utilize those funds for these two projects.
Okay, good. I appreciate that clarity. But I will say that there's been an enormous investment in technology.
Yes, sir.
And my concern is the sustainability of these resources. So trying now to get a better sense of what our annual budget will look like in this area to see if it's sustainable. More importantly, how much of it is ESSER related versus local funds versus wherever it might be. So I would like to, Dr. Ball, see a more detailed budget about where technology is.
Absolutely.
And see, again, to address my concerns about sustainability. I mean, this is a lot of money that we're using, so.
I agree with you, and it is something that we do look at, and I'd love to be able to share the information.
That's all I have on that item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions about item C?
Yes, I move that we approve expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. That item passes unanimously. We'll go on to item F. Ms. Paschal, you pulled this item.
Thank you. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am.
For item F, I was just wondering, I see that Mr. Westerman is here. So can he just go over the highlights, the summaries of the report, the summary of the
Absolutely.
report?
But for this report, it would be Mike Del Toro.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
No, no worries.
I am so
No,
sorry,
no,
sir.
that's okay. But Mr. Westerman will be coming up in a little bit, but we'll.
All righty.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
We'd be okay with Mr.
With
Westerman
Mr.
doing our
Westerman
report.
doing it. I apologize.
That's okay. How are you all this evening? I'm Mike Del Toro. I'm the audit partner with the engagement, but I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy. Jeremy is going to give you the highlights of the report, and then we'll take any questions that you have at the conclusion of that. Jeremy?
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Board President. Thank you, Board, for having me here today. A couple pages in, on page 1 is our independent auditor's opinion. First off, the document you have in front of you is a draft. It's still a few little tweaks in there, but the numbers are solid. We're comfortable with everything in there. We just can't go final until we get y'all's approval tonight. On page 1 is our opinion, our independent auditor's report. A little different format from years past, but the opinion is the very first paragraph, and it basically states that we have an unmodified opinion with respect to the financial statements of the governmental activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information for the district for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. It's the highest opinion you can get from independent auditors. Basically means we have no qualifying statements with the financials as they're presented in front of you. Real quick, I'll cover the high level of how the general fund performed during the fiscal year. Total fund balance for the fiscal year was $127 million. Of that, 122 is unassigned, which means you can use it for your ongoing operations of the district. That equates to roughly 7 months of operating reserves. GFOA is a Governing Finance Officer Association, typically likes to have governments anywhere from 3 to 6 months operating reserves, and you're right in that sweet spot of 7 months operating reserves. So very healthy fund balance for the general fund. We did have some comments towards the end of the report related to our single audit that we performed. We did perform single audits over your ESSER funds as well as your special education cluster. One comment was an expenditure that was recorded in our fiscal year, but it was really a July 2023 event. So we drew on that money. So the grant can be used for FY until fiscal year 24, but for our reporting period, that expenditure shouldn't have been captured in our fiscal year. So we've corrected that and put policies and procedures in place to kind of catch those instances going forward. Another comment that we had, just the other comment, was the semi-annual certifications for IDEA-B employees. This is more or less the time and effort documents to make sure that it's a control that the district has, that the employees being funded with special education dollars, that they are certifying that they're working in that capacity of that grant. So we noted one employee that didn't have that on file, but the district has put in policies and procedures in place to make sure that every employee coded to IDEA-B gets those certificates and they maintain them. Also, during our payroll testing, we did notice 2 employees out of the, I believe, the 28 we selected didn't have certified I-9s on file. So we recommend that the district maintain I-9s for all district employees. Other than that, was there any questions that y'all might have had on the report itself?
I was basically wanting you to highlight the report on the audit of the financial statements. My only question was, I didn't understand where the change in accounting principle. I did not understand that.
That's a fun one. So this one's been years in the making. It came out in 2018, roughly 16 or 17. So they've been preparing for this one. This was a big change. It's for leases. We've always recorded capital leases that we acquire the asset at the end of the lease. But now GASB has implemented GASB 87, where we're now recognizing operating leases, such as copiers and vehicles that maybe we lease that we no longer, or we don't intend to acquire the asset afterwards. We're just going to renew the lease and get better equipment at the end of that lease. So those figures are in your financial statements. And he'll give a better answer.
Yeah, it's not something that the district did. It's something they had to implement. So rules came out that they have to follow for reporting. That was a rule for reporting. It went into effect this year. So we have to highlight that in the auditor's report that was a change.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm done, Jenny.
Are there other questions? I guess I keep forgetting to proceed to discussion so people can request to speak. But are there other questions? Mr. Macias.
I move that we accept. Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Macias.
He has a question.
Yes, obviously, thank you for the presentation, and yes, I wonder how Westman would have done in your presentation.
Yeah, I think he would have done pretty well. He does well.
The I-9 part of it, Dr. Ball, I know you only sampled 28, but did administration do a deeper dive to kind of see if there was any additional issues in that area?
So that's what the sheet that I passed out, some of the things that we're doing some deeper dives on. So some of the comments that we got from the auditor, then we looked at what were some of the reasons, and then already looking at what we could do to make it better for us. So the I-9s is not on here, but that is one of the ones that we are going to look at. These are the ones that when we met, Bill, myself, and Scott, we really wanted to address these immediately, but that one will be on here, and then we'll do some internal processes to make this better. But I just wanted, these comments came from Mike and his team when we met to debrief, and I just wanted the board to see that we do recognize these comments, and certainly the reason is not an excuse, but that we are already looking at the resolutions as how we can make this better. Just wanted to share this with the board.
If I can add to that, the I-9s are a legacy document. Obviously, you get them when the employee starts working for you. So, and I don't remember when this employee started for you. So, they're a long history here. It would be beneficial for the district to do a deep dive into all their employees and just make sure that they have those available. Not that it's a high risk, but if the feds ever showed up, they want to see the I-9s on entry, and they expect them immediately. And so the district has to be ready to provide those documents. And so obviously doing a deep dive on all the employees that are required to have one on file would be beneficial going forward, so.
Well, and I mean, obviously, it's a procedural thing, right?
Sure.
And so it just begs the question, are there other procedural lapses within all of this? And once we identify that pocket of those ones that you identified that were lacking, is it time? I mean, just anyway, Dr. Ball, if you look further at it, I'm satisfied that we're taking steps to address it.
We will. We also currently have an outside consultant in HR that's assisting us. So when I meet with her, I think it's the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, I'll bring this to her attention and do some internal process on this one specifically with some of the others.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move that we approve the financial audit report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. We can proceed to vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is item J, consider and take action regarding approving the request for proposal for 22-18, computer and networking equipment and software. So, Mr. Macias, that was your item.
Yeah, I believe it's a quick question, but we typically have on these agendas a time period where we approve for 3 years, and then, of course, for 2 additional years in terms. I wanted to just revisit that to just make it only for 3 years. And so that prompted me to pull this item to have just a little bit of discussion on that. I know that we are enabled, or we're in a position where we can terminate services at any time. But what I'm trying to do is maybe look at why have the additional part? Just make it every 3 years, and we're reevaluating services. And so if there can be some explanation a little bit, if there's any feedback, but that's my general sense.
Okay. So Lacey, if you don't mind addressing this, I think that it's because sometimes when we do a renewal, we get a better price or cost, but I'm certainly going to ask Lacey to elaborate on, or JJ, sorry, JJ on that.
I don't know whether to come up here and thank you, or we tell you we got to stop meeting like this, or thank you for getting me out of that chair. I think the CIA should switch from waterboarding to making people sit in these chairs. We put timelines on each of our agreements mostly based on what it is. Let me give you a couple of examples. We have general and instructional supplies, and we put that out once every 5 years. We get about 200 to 250 vendors to build our approved vendor list and places where we can go to find all kinds of products. Now that you've changed CH Local, anything over 50,000 we would have to bring to you. Yes, you're correct when you say that we can terminate agreements at any time. We put clauses in there that with or without cause, we can terminate an agreement. So we don't necessarily have to roll over to that first year option after the initial 3-year term or the second one. We can just say, no, we want to move on. We maybe want to go to a different vendor. It's perfectly okay if you want to move to just somewhat maximize the majority of our contracts or agreements like this or bids like this to a 3-year period. Now, we don't put any time frame like when we bid for construction. You know, we just say the time frame is for the length of the project. And you see that in your board documents. So however you want to do it is fine. We take a look at every one that we put out. The 3 years with the 2 additional 1-year periods is, I will say, is somewhat of a standard for us. But like I said, we don't necessarily have to move forward. And we have not moved forward on many things, especially now we're seeing it because of inflation, because the vendors are coming back to us and saying, I can't move forward anymore and maintain these prices. So we have had to result in putting escalation clauses in some of our agreements, not to exceed a certain percentage, so that they don't come back and say, hey, we want to increase this by 20% or whatever. Usually our maximum percentage is about 4 to protect us. And that, again, gives us that option to pull back and say, no, we're going to rebid, or yes, we can move forward. So however you want, I'm comfortable with how you want to, how you'd like to move with this.
I appreciate it. And obviously, I'll bring this back for policy discussion and our local policy for this if I decide I want to bring it forward to the board. But it does help your explanation, so I appreciate that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
I was going to add one more thing to what he said in terms of where the technology falls in on the agreements. Most of the time when we negotiate our pricing, we do get better pricing when we go out for multiple years. We usually see a significant reduction in the amount of the cost to the district on the technology piece. So I don't know, I know that's different from some of the other contracts and some of the other things that we do, but I know in technology, they usually give us significant discounts. Just wanted to make sure you're
I mean,
aware
I'm
of
still
the
thinking 3
difference
years
between that.
is adequate. It's just the additional years that I'm kind of curious about. But
And most of ours are on a 3-year, and then we reevaluate to renew back on a 3-year. So most of the things that we have are somewhere between a 3 and a 5-year. And it's usually based on how much savings you get on that.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now Mr. Diaz.
I'm not sure if this is appropriate for Mr. McQuaid or for Bill or for Jeanette, and for Dr. Ball, I'm sorry. So the 3-year contracts lock us in price lock, is that right? I'm sorry, the 3-year, I called you Bill, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Atkins.
no.
I'm like, I got off.
At least I'm not Dan.
Yeah.
So, what I think JJ was telling us is that we do put an escalation clause in there so that they can go up 4%? Is that what you said?
At a max.
At a max.
That max would be 4%.
Per year.
For the
year.
3 years?
For the 3 years.
Does that include the options?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
So whenever we do decide to actually execute on an option, do we renegotiate at that point, or do we keep the same terms?
And we negotiate at that point because we want to keep our prices, we try to maintain them as long as possible.
Okay.
It's becoming harder and harder to do that, but we try to maintain them as much as possible. There have been a couple of contracts that have come to us recently, and the vendor said, we're sorry, we can't sustain these prices anymore because their costs have gone up. So we've had to go out and rebid everything entirely. So it's kind of it's a day-to-day fight with us to maintain our pricing.
Okay. So if and when we do have the conversation that Mr. Macias wants to have, I guess, just at the moment, the high point is you all feel comfortable in having mechanisms in place to keep price locked in as much as possible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. With the ability to renegotiate and ability to terminate at will? For no good cause, just, okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Pichelle?
Actually, my question is not for Mr. McQuaid, but for Mr. Macias. And because the best practices that we have always used is the contract would be for 3 years with the options. So I just have a very simple question is why? Why would you want to take out the options?
The motive or the reason why I'm considering it is simple because I'd like us to have our business partners know that every 3 years there's going to be an expectation that they continue to provide the quality of service that we need and that it's not going to be driven by a relationship or by a partnership. We want to see quality work here. So my expectation would be is every 3 years we're going to rebid the work so that we see the kind of quality and we see that they still are hungry. Organizations change a great deal from year 1 to 3 potentially, and the quality of their work could diminish. And so this just empowers the district to really be in a command position to say, look, if you want to continue, it doesn't matter if you know, you're my best friend. We need the best quality work. So that taking that out, I think, would totally really help us have more leverage in the conversation.
Mr. Diaz, you wanted to speak?
No, I was trying to take it off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's I have to do it. Sorry. Were there any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the request for proposal for 22-18 computer and network equipment and software.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, that item has passed unanimously. We'll go on to item K, which was pulled by Mr. Macias.
Even a quicker comment, but the reason I thought it was significant to pull is because I was really impressed that we did not accept the one individual group that made a bid, that we're actually recommending that we go back out. And again, I think that is the best thing to do. And so I just wanted to take a minute just to say that publicly, that when we have an opportunity to go back, we don't have to take that one. So just wanted to say kudos to the team and thank you.
Okay. Were there any other comments about that one? All right.
I move that we approve the ranking for submittals for request for competitive sealed proposal 22-21, Candlewood ES Phase 1 chiller replacement.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. All right, that one, item K passes unanimously. We'll go on to item O, consider and take action regarding approving the memorandums of understanding between Texas A&M University, San Antonio College Advising Corps, and Judson High School, Veterans Memorial High School, Wagner High School, and JECA for the 2022-2023 school year. Mr. Macias?
And Jenny, when I have to make the motion, you're welcome to read it again. That's good. That's a mouthful. But I pulled this, and honestly, I'm going to joke a little bit, but I hope A&M San Antonio doesn't come at me for this one. But my question is, I love the college advisors. I think that's a fantastic move to give our students more support. But I had a couple of questions, and one was, I know that we have college advisors on our campus now at each one of them. They're already doing that legwork. Obviously, they're one individual each one, so it's hard for them to reach every student. So I would imagine this group is going to support their work. So I wanted to kind of find out, was there a discussion with our college counselors to align their work with what this group is going to be doing so that we're maximizing? I'm trying to ensure that we don't have silos here where we got one. So can we talk a little bit about if that's taken place or what that looked like?
Right. So it's really to continue to enhance and to have more opportunities. Just as you said, there is one, but there's also almost 600 students at each one. So they work collaboratively together to make sure that they're providing these services for our students. But Tessie, you could definitely add more to it.
Yes, sir. They wanted to offer that to just 3 of our campuses. So Mr. Devin Holmes, who's our Director of College Career and Military Readiness, and I asked if we could have it for all. And so they are offering the services to our 4 campuses, including JECA. One of the things that we did do is he had a direct conversation with Ms. Monica Garcia and the college and career counselors, because they are the ones that are directly doing the work, talking to students about financial aid, talking to them about the options that they have for colleges. They did promise us that they wouldn't be partial. And then being able to, we had a conversation with the principals during our CCMR meetings that we hold monthly to ensure that there is a space for them to be able to provide these services and basically provide more access to the students. Again, because it is one person that does most of that work, sometimes there's just not enough slots in the day for when the students are available to meet with them. And so for this school year, it is going to be a completely free service. Should we choose to continue with them next year, they do come quite at a reduced cost, which is about $5K. Comparatively, other programs normally come at around $12K per person. So that is a partnership that they're offering. Obviously, they've received a grant for which they can offer those services to communities in need.
And were you here when we had the similar collaboration with Trinity University, where they were here and they had their advisors do similar work?
I wouldn't know if I was here because I wasn't overseeing that department for college and career readiness. So I don't know how long ago it was. I've been here 5 years.
It was some time ago, but I do know they were grant funded, and I know that the motive was to use those funds in support of our students. I guess that's not as important as my next comment. My next comment is we're going to collaborate with them. Is there a metric? Is there going to be some assessment that their time and effort is yielding the type of results that we need? For example, 100% of our students filling out the FAFSA. Things like that that can be measurable and that we know this collaboration is yielding. We're giving them access to everything. So I want to make sure that if it's a good partnership, that we're able to visibly determine that they made an impact and they're not just recruiting. And that was a part of it. I mean, there's obviously a potential bias. Everyone's going to have their big old A&M San Antonio shirt, and there's this bias already in there. So if we're going to have them on campus and they're coordinating with our college leadership on campus, what is their deliverable to ensure that we're getting what we need from them?
Usually when a campus or a partnership is offering us free services, they come with their metrics. We also want to provide ours. We want to ensure that all of our students do complete, for example, La Promesa, the promise, for Alamo colleges. That's a requirement that we have and that's an expectation we're setting. So that person would have to follow, and it's part of our MOU, those requirements that we're setting for our students. So yes, there are those metrics that come in place. They're the metrics that they have versus the metrics that we have, which may be competing. We also don't normally turn down additional resources because we are in need of those resources, especially in personnel.
I agree. Now, is it in the MOU? I did not read every sentence. So it's in our MOU that there is going to be some metrics that we're evaluating?
I don't know if the MOU outlines our metrics. It aligns our expectations and theirs. And it is outlined that they follow what we are setting forth for our students. We have our certain requirements where we do need to see every student. We might increase those requirements now to, instead of once, maybe twice, things of that nature. But those requirements specifically are not outlined in the MOU.
All right, so we'll be able to give them some direction, because obviously at some point, they're going to come back next year, it's going to cost you $5,000.
Oh, yeah.
And certainly, free is now no longer free. So again, we don't want it to just be turnkey. There has to be some value that we're receiving as a district. And if the worst thing in the world is that we have more students go to A&M San Antonio, I'll live. So we'll be okay. But those were just my general questions regarding this issue. And one last question for Dr. Ball. I know we have a collaboration with communities and schools. Would they have been able to do this? And if they would, what was the cost differential for that?
So communities and schools is a little bit different. They're helping, this is specifically for the colleges, for the FAFSA part. So not that communities and schools wouldn't help a student with this, but this is a special, more of a centralized special location, not location, customized service that they would provide. Right now, I think our communities and schools, I don't think I know, they're heavily with the social emotional and the counseling component and providing those services for our students.
And they are going to meet with all of our students, this particular cohort?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, well, thank you. That's all I have.
I just had a quick question, Ms. Davis. I'm sorry. Well, maybe it's for Dr. Ball, but maybe it's for you. My understanding is that part of the benefit of this program, in addition to having more people who can help students, is that the people helping them are near peers. They are students who have just gone through this experience and can advise high school students and connect with them.
Correct. So these are recent college graduates. So they have fully graduated, but
Okay.
they're 21, 22. So when you're talking to a high school student, there is the familiarity that comes from talking to someone who just went through that experience versus talking to someone who students might view a bit older, more seasoned. So that being said, the idea is that the students feel comfortable in speaking with someone that has gone through that experience. Also from this demographic as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve the memorandum of understanding between Texas A&M University San Antonio College Advising Court and Judson High School, Veterans Memorial High School, Wagner High School, and JECA for the 22-23 school year.
Is there? Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. That item passes unanimously. That was item O, right? Okay, thank you. I forgot if I'd put the check mark yet. Okay, item P, so the next item is item P, consider and take action regarding approving the cooperative program agreement between the University of Texas at San Antonio and Judson ISD for the pre-freshman engineering program, or PrEP. Mr. Macias, you pulled this.
Now, Ms. Davis, I'm assuming you're going to have to answer this one. The PrEP program, we've had a collaboration with them before. I know that because I'm the board member that brought it forward to have that collaboration. It was in January of 2015, and I think I requested $15,000 to send as many students as we possibly could across the district in middle school. Back then, just to remind the community, my older daughter went through PrEP all 3 years, and it was a phenomenal experience for her. But they rotated campuses back then. This particular one, I was noting, it cost more, almost double than it did back then, but I didn't notice that they were going to move campuses. So can you talk a little bit about what's changed with this program?
Yes, sir. So this program, what we're presenting to you is a 3-year partnership, and we're starting with a cohort of 10 students, and then the next year adding more and more and more. So the reason that we brought it back is because it could possibly exceed, it would cost $60,000, right? It would exceed the $50,000 threshold. And what is different is that the way we were presented that this year is that we can open it up to any of the students. So we don't want to limit it to just one of the campuses. We want to open it up and through that application process. and make it accessible to anyone who is interested, regardless of what campus.
Well, and that's where my concern was and why I pulled it, because I want to make sure that there's equity in its 10 precious spots. Now, granted, it will elevate annually, but if we're going to reinvest here, we can't have them all come from Kitty Hawk. We really, we need to see some diversity and equity in terms of where we're identifying these students. So if we have 5 middle schools, it's basically 2 students per campus. It's a very competitive thing. I was okay spending money on this before because it's a worthy investment. I would still be okay with spending more. I was a little disappointed back then when the prep program sort of said we're doing everything different, and that's why I know there's differences with the program.
Well, it was virtual also when we went into COVID, and so now it is, and students didn't really want to participate in virtual. So now there's the component where they were very excited and they launched, and it's going to be face-to-face. So students are going to have that opportunity. So we are expecting a greater outcome. I know that we've been given those number of spots, but I do believe that that is something worth fighting for. If we have 13 or 14 students, that we can give all of those students. One of the things that we don't want to do is put any barriers on any student that is interested in making that commitment, because it is a big commitment. And I think that given the support that you all have provided, I don't think that it would be a problem to invest in more students.
Well, I would be receptive to it, but clearly my only request is that it be equitable across our district, and we have inclusion and representation from every middle school that would participate. So just know I'm ultra sensitive to that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions about that item? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the cooperative program agreement between the University of Texas at San Antonio and Judson ISD for the pre-freshman engineering program.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. All right, that item passes unanimously as well. So we will move on to item 6, discussion and consideration of action items. Item A, consideration and approval of a resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the results of a bond election and other matters in connection therewith.
Yes. So everybody has a handout. It's this one right here. We just have that information. For Proposition A, it was a total of 20,766 votes for. Against was 14,051. And Proposition B was 20,465 for, and against was 14,768. So those were the votes, and before you have them broken down: early absentee, election day votes, and provisional votes.
Are there any questions about that or comments?
I move that we accept the election results.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. We'd already made the motion. I think some people are having problems with their clickers. All right, that passes unanimously. This was a big win for our district, and we're very excited about the future for this. So, right. Say again?
Is this the item that we update on next steps?
I think that's 7B.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll go on to item 7, discussion items and reports. Item A, discussion on board coaching and consultation. So this is an item that I asked to be put on the agenda. Our contract with Patricia ended on November 1st. And so, sorry, a little distracted. And so I wanted to get an update about if we did want to continue with that service, Are there any sort of procurement procedures that we needed to follow? And then I believe that we did get an email today the board got an email from Patricia today with just an outline of different supports that she could provide. And so wanted to have a discussion of that. I don't think we'll make a final decision today as a board. It's not here as an action item, but I wanted to open up that discussion and do a little bit of learning there so that we could decide how to proceed. Dr. Ball.
So one of the recommendations could be that we put this out for an RFQ, if this is the way the board would like to proceed, and we would put that out.
Are there any requirements, given the threshold of money that's been expended versus,
That's, we're reaching the 50,000, so that's why we would have to do that.
Okay, Mr. Diaz?
Does this qualify as our board's professional services or no? Anybody?
I think it qualifies more as a consultant. I mean, because we are doing the coaching, she's consulting.
Okay. So under consulting, does it require an RFP, RFQ?
You can go either way because it doesn't require a license by the state. If it requires a license by the state, such as an engineer, architect, then it's an RFQ. You can't look at pricing. Otherwise, you could go either way on this one.
So just to make sure, what are all the ways that we can go?
You could do a straight-up bid.
Okay.
And that's pretty much looking at pricing. The RFP allows you to look at numerous ideas such as quality, delivery, and pricing.
Okay.
An RFQ, you just look at the qualifications, experience, and you rank them, and then you try and negotiate a price.
So it does have to go to an RFP or RFQ?
If we're going to exceed 50 this year, yes, sir.
Calendar year or fiscal year?
Fiscal year.
Okay.
And how much have we spent so far on her services?
Don't know exact
Okay.
numbers, but somewhere between 14 and 20,000.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, so it's not that close to 50
It's
yet.
not that close to 50, but I just don't know what the services
Sure.
are going to ask for,
Sure.
right?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pichelle?
I'd like to ask Ms. Rodriguez if the services that we've attained already from Patricia, if there's an evaluative instrument, is there any way for us to evaluate her services that we've already?
I think that's definitely a mechanism we could implement to make sure that we're all giving input on that. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
I think we have met and met and met and met recently for lots of different reasons. So maybe we can put a pause until after January when we come back and sit down and maybe have a little work session where we can talk about where we want to go now.
And Mr. Macias?
Yeah, we've had a lot of meetings. And again, not that they were awful. I mean, there was the need for them. So I kind of feel a little bit like Suzanne does. Let's pause a minute, which I think we've already paused to some degree. But I'm going to tell you, I've been a part of many of these type of consultations over the years, and this by far was, I think, one that really brought us together to work in a way that we need to as a board, focusing on those student outcomes. I'm kind of curious how the Lone Star governance would have ended up, and you know, just it's always good to kind of see the other opportunities that are out there. But for what we needed her to do, Patricia was able to help do that. And if we do decide to go back out, it would be good to rebid to see what else is out there. Not because Patricia was bad, but just because we want to see what those options look like. But anyone with her talent that can bring us all together and help us move forward, it definitely has my respect, and she was able to do that. So that's pretty much what. And again, I've seen a lot of them. Some of them didn't work at all. So this was a good start. I would probably prefer more space between meetings, quarterly perhaps. But again, we did have a lot of legwork initially, so that's understandable.
I think, like, my opinion, I feel similar to you, Mr. Macias, of like, she has brought us a long way. And that I think we've really implemented some effective processes and that, it's January might be a good time to talk about that again, or we could bring it back in December so that things are ready to go in the new year. We can think about that as a board. So what I'm hearing, to summarize so far, is that this is something we could be interested in. We want to have some evaluative metrics. This is a good time to step back and think about that. And I think what I would also, could be helpful, whether we put it out for a bid or not, is, and I know folks probably didn't have time to review this, but to look at the proposal that she did send us, that is considered a menu. So this isn't an all or nothing kind of thing. And thinking about what we feel would add the most value if we did decide to continue with her. I think that the evaluative process, if we did decide to continue, would help give her some feedback too. But I think I know that it took a while for us to establish the relationship with each other and with her to start to make real progress. And starting with a new person might take us back to the relationship establishment phase. And so, but I want to make sure that we're following the policies that we need to as far as procurement goes. And so, but I know that when we do those kinds of requests for proposals, previous relationship and working relationship with the entity is part of that. So that would be considered as well.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
You could also just limit it to $45,000.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Through June,
Okay,
right? And then if we wanted to continue, we could do an RFQ next year.
okay, perfect, thank you. Mr. Diaz, you had a question?
Just a clarification,
Okay.
Mr. Macias and I were talking, we all did get Lone Star Governance certified. Mr. Macias meant the alternative, I forgot what the name was, but Lone Star is the one that we got.
Yes. Any other questions or discussion about that? All right, we'll go on to item B, follow up on the bond. Dr. Ball.
Yes. So now we do have Wayne Westerman, that he's going to give us some information into kind of the next steps in regards to our bond.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Ball. First of all, congratulations on the successful election. That was a great victory. I think we might go the right way here. Which one do I? There we go. Okay.
So that one goes further.
Okay. Okay. On the elections in November, from what we've seen so far on based on the dollar amount of bond elections for school districts, almost 80% passed. So again, it was most of the separate propositions regarding athletic facilities and extracurricular things that didn't carry this time. But now with your success, what are we going to do next? Where do we go? So I'm going to walk through a number of things that are coming up, and some of them we're going to address in a little more specificity later in the presentation. Right now, I'm just going to run through. First, canvas returns, we did that tonight, ready to move on. One of the other things immediately was submit the application for the permanent school fund guarantee. That was done, completed and submitted on Wednesday after the election. We will begin discussions and have begun discussions with the administration concerning the projects going forward, the timing of those projects, and really the timing of the funding needs, so we can determine how much to sell, when to sell, all of that. We have begun the initial preparation of the offering documents. This is the preliminary official statement that will be used to sell the bonds. We have internally in our office started that process. Once we get going here, we'll start distributing drafts to the district, to bond council, as they review it and we get it ready to go public. We will and have begun coordinating with bond council to prepare the documents that we right now are anticipating will come back to you at the December board meeting for a parameter or delegation approval to authorize the issuance of the first sale of bonds, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. We have had some discussions on that already. We will begin discussions regarding potential underwriters for the bond issuance as we move forward with negotiated underwriting, and we have some more information on that. And in December, starting in early December, when we get back from the Thanksgiving break, we'll submit information. Usually we start with the first draft of that preliminary official statement to the rating agencies so they can get it into their schedule to get a rating for the district and the bond issue. We will start, as I mentioned, distributing that preliminary official statement again to the district and bond council, and eventually, as we get further along, to the underwriting team, and they will go through, look at that, provide comments. We will most likely have a discussion with the rating agency, what that normal process is after we submit information. They will go through, and we've been on a kind of a continual conversation with the rating agency, so it's not a whole lot of bringing them up to date other than what your new plans are, but they will submit to us questions, things that they want to know. We'll work with Mr. Atkins as far as and Dr. Ball as far as getting responses pulled together, and then have just a call to follow up with that. We should, by early January then, be able to receive the rating after the rating committee of the rating agency finishes their work. We would have a due diligence call, which is a call with the underwriters and their legal counsel. They will have reviewed the official statement we prepared, ask any other questions regarding the district, anything going on we should know about, any kind of investigations, things of that nature, or have we provided full disclosure in the document as far as what the district's financial condition is. Then we'll get to the point where we can price and sell the bonds, and we're on a fast pace that we would be going forward, would be looking to do that in mid to late January, and then we'd be able to deliver the funds on the first sale of bonds in the mid to late February timeframe. So it's a little bit smaller print, but if we put all those things with some dates on them, which are all subject to change, or move around a few days here and there, that is what the timeline is going to look like. I'm not going to go through each of them again, but just kind of gives you how that will break out. And again, this is moving forward really on about the fastest pace we can go. The thing I would mention is with I'll get to that. It's actually in the next slide coming up. So one of the things that we've had questions about leading up to the bond election, and now that we're here, what is the situation with the permanent school fund guarantee? So quick background, that permanent school fund was started back in 1854. The corpus of that fund has grown. It's used, income from that fund is used for funding schools. It's also used, a part of that corpus is used to guarantee the payment of school bonds in Texas. That's the part we're concerned about. Currently, there is a capacity to guarantee $117,320 million worth of school bonds in the state of Texas based on the permanent school fund guarantee. That is an amount that was determined. It's actually regulated by the state of Texas and by the U.S. Treasury, the IRS, as to how much can be used towards guaranteeing school bonds. It was a formula. This last amount was established in 2009. And after all of the school bonds that we have seen issued across the state in the last 10 years and more, we are coming up to where we are reaching that capacity of $117 million in guaranteed bonds. This has happened before. From between 2005 and 2009, the PSF reached its capacity twice and temporarily closed to new bond guarantee applications. Judson did have issuance in that time period, and we did sell some bonds during that time without the guarantee. Fortunately, the district has a strong credit rating on its own. We didn't have any issues selling the bonds. It would have been a lower interest rate, all things considered, had we been able to have the PSF guarantee. So we have been having ongoing conversations with TA on how the process goes forward. What happens is the district or TEA receives applications for new bond issues on a month-by-month basis. So it does not benefit a district to necessarily get their application in before anybody else. At the end of the month, TEA takes all of the applications that have been submitted during the month. They will go through and they will rank those districts and their applications, assuming the districts meet and get approval for all other financial reasons. They will rank them by their wealth per student. And they will start with the lowest wealth per student and then approve the applications going down the list until the capacity would run out. We do not know if capacity will run out in this November funding cycle. We're in the stage where it just will depend on how many districts apply and how much money they apply for. Right now, we do know, or if a district is not accepted and the capacity runs out, your application will stay active and it will stay in the system and be redone whenever that capacity is freed up again, that they can start approving bonds. We do know that there is a bipartisan legislative team working on this, headed by Lloyd Doggett. They're trying to craft a bill to put pressure to get that capacity increased, the formula for that capacity. TEA also has additional lawyers, lobbyists working to work through the U.S. Treasury, because that's the real issue, in conjunctive with the legislative team to try to get the formulas redone. I know this is a lot of information, but they will hopefully be able to get to a resolution, because that formula that was done for this current capacity was done based on the value of the PSF fund in 2009. Obviously, with inflation and everything else that's gone on, the value of that fund has increased significantly over the last 13 years. So even just allowing that formula to be based on a current value of the fund should give us some additional capacity. We'll see how that goes. Once we receive approval of the application, we then, that approval is normally good for 6 months. We would sell the bonds and have the bonds delivered within that time frame, and everything is good at that point. So again, we've made that application to the PSF. We've got a timetable to move forward that gives us flexibility to adjust as needed. Should we come to December 21st, which is the date when we should hear whether we got approval for the permanent school fund guarantee, if we should hear that we are not approved, then we'd have decisions to make. We would want to look at analyses of whether we want to move forward with the sale of bonds based on the district's rating of AA2, whether we want to hold off and wait until we can get the PSF guarantee, whether we change potentially the size or how much bonds we issue just so you can get projects going. Just some different things we'll look at, and we would prepare different analyses and numbers so that we all can know what that decision is or which direction we want to go. There's not really a a right answer because we do you have to consider inflation on your projects. Are you holding up a project? You know, what all is going on? You'll have to fit all of that into your consideration for that decision. But we've submitted the application. We've done what we can do at this point. The only other thing, any other contacts with legislative representatives to let them know this is an issue. You know, if you can focus some attention on it or help move the process along to get that capacity formula expanded, that would be great. I'll stop there for a minute. Any questions? Okay.
Mr. Diaz has a question.
How many transactions are we looking at to sell? My jargon is completely off. So how many sales are we going to have in the process?
So
2 to 3?
That's coming up.
Oh, very good. You're very good. There you go.
Right.
Made us.
I just wanted to stop for a second with all of that information. Okay, how to issue the bonds. So there are many considerations that we want to look at in determining how to proceed, the timing of the projects, what the funding needs are. Some of the things regarding the timing of the project and spending include federal tax law because there are spend down requirements. So when you get proceeds from the sale of the bonds under arbitrage rules, you are committing to have 85% of those proceeds spent in the 3 years. Now, there are workarounds to certain things, but that's the general rule to follow. So and that rule was put in place to kind of keep districts from or keep issuers, not districts in particular, from issuing or going out and getting authority, issuing a bunch of bonds and just having proceeds sit there, turn interest. We've not been in a period where you could earn much interest. That's changed a little bit now, and you actually could today probably earn positive arbitrage, meaning you earn more interest on your proceeds than you'd be paying on the bonds. And so those are all considerations along with the impact on the tax rate. So to get to the answer to your question, our initial thought right now in talking with the district administration is that we're looking at 3 sales. I know they are going through an analysis of what the projects and the timeline for spending is. That can change. This is just an initial thought on how it would go and what the needs would be. By the December meeting, we would hope to have a better clarification on what the first needs are going to be and what amount we might want to sell. Then from there on, as those projects proceed and we look at the market, we can determine, you know, how much we want to sell, when we want to sell it. If we go through, sell the first issuance of bonds, we get the preliminary tax values next April and July when the certified values come in. We may see another growth that's maybe more than we anticipated. That may mean we could issue a little bit more than what we say here of 65 million in the initial plan. They'll all be subject, they're flexible, they're all subject to change based on direction from the district and what your funding needs are and what the timing needs are. So the initial thought is 3 sales. They would happen early 23, early 24, and early 25. So all the money would be in hand within about 24 months, but it's all flexible. Does that help?
It does.
Okay.
But I want to simplify this just to make sure that I get it, because I'm probably the only one that needs it. Each one of the sales is what allows us to get that money, correct?
Correct.
So each one of the transactions carries with it fees, right? So my obvious desire is to keep our transactions as low as possible, but also make sure that we have the appropriate cash on hand to start projects. Knowing that all of the projects, because there were safety and security measures, are needed now, educate me as to why we wouldn't say, and I think I know the answer, but let's just play this out. Educate me as to why we wouldn't say, issue as much as possible, that way we can get everything going, because they're all critical at this point for us.
There's nothing, I would not argue with that at all if you can actually get all those things going. I think that's dependent upon, how they see the timelines for
Okay.
enacting all of that.
So in theory, we could go out with one
You could,
sale.
absolutely, yes, sir, you
But
could.
the problem is, do we have the proper vendors, the proper infrastructure, all of the things needed to actually get the work done? Because my understanding is we can't have the money just sitting there because that is a violation of federal law.
We don't want
Isn't
it
it?
sitting there an extended period of time.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you for that. So I guess I'll turn to Dr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, I'm sorry. I keep on doing that every time, don't I? Well, I called him Bill earlier and I apologize for that. Mr. Atkins, so I guess knowing that, right, and again, knowing that we unfortunately couldn't do this a year ago, can we get things in place to accelerate everything, all the infrastructure needed to go out quickly?
So I think we're going to be able to move very quickly on starting the middle school, but remember, that's going to take till 2025 to build. So it's not like I'm going to pay all that money out
Okay, that
in the
makes sense.
first year, right?
Okay.
We haven't even started design on elementary. That will take about 8 to 10 months to do the design, and then we'll be ready to start looking at bidding it. And I know we are seeing in the industry, me and Helen had this discussion this morning, that contractors are really struggling because of the price increases. They can't get materials, and they're starting to lay people off. So again, not knowing exactly what the magic ball is in the construction market could slow things down. And the other thing is, because I think I'm not going to say most, a lot of the bonds, and especially the ones here in Bexar County that were safety and security, everybody's doing the same thing. So everybody's going to be vying for those materials. And we already know we have a hard time getting technology stuff. And they're all going to be using the same contractors because there's a limited number of qualified technology contractors. So, yeah, I mean, I think the $150 million will get you going. We do a reimbursement resolution before each of the sales. So it doesn't mean it would slow up. It means we would, if we ran out of the 150, we would use fund balance and then reimburse ourselves when we sold the bonds. And, even if we get to January, and the interest rate market for the bond market is not the best for us, again, we have that reimbursement resolution that we can still start the projects and then wait until the interest rate in the market is more favorable to us.
High level, to the best of your ability and comfort, economic outlooks, if we had to defer that, what are you thinking that looks like?
Okay. One more time.
So if we had to go that route and wait for better economic times to sell a bond, is that like based on economic outlooks, right? Or maybe that's a Dwayne question, I don't know.
It fluctuates. I mean, the basic way it works.
Yeah.
If stocks are doing well, interest rates are down in bonds.
Okay.
If stocks are not doing well, interest rates are up in bonds. And that's the simple method of it.
So if I might interject as well, I think what Bill was maybe indicating there is that if for some reason where we are right now with rates based on our earlier projections, we're still in good shape. We're able to do the 150 million, no problem, meet the tax rate requirements and go forward. If we should have another big increase in interest rates, we might be that, not that we don't sell bonds, we might sell a smaller amount of bonds to get through the first phase, get things going and move forward. Not that we wouldn't sell any bonds at all. I will also tell you that in the application for the PSF, we've got it all set up to do all of the whole 345 million, if that's what we want. We've maintained that flexibility if that's how we want to move forward. But we think for the tax rate impact, for the timing that they're telling us about the projects that it would be good at least to start with one amount. Maybe come next year, we sell all of it and keep it down to 2 sales. It's just a flexible work in progress, as I was saying.
Yeah, and I would just add, the 3-year period to expend the funds starts at the sale of the bonds. So, it's not just 3 years from the first sale. So it'd be 3 years from 24, 3 years from 25. And if we did sell all of the bonds, we would not be able to meet the 1 cent tax rate increase. It would be higher.
Happy to lay more of that information out for you as you would like to see it. Any other questions on that part? Okay. You've seen this graph before, but this was just kind of based on the 3 sales and whether we did it in 2 or 3, whatever, still kind of have the same structure where we're trying to keep in the long term the annual debt service level. So as your values continue to rise, that will create additional capacity for future needs. So one of the other discussions would be looking at the potential underwriters to use for the sale of the bonds of the district. And I think we have been discussing doing an RFQ to just establish the pool of underwriters for the district. This list here is kind of a general list of the firms that are most active with Texas School District bonds. If you see the little, I didn't actually put the footnote at the bottom, but I know for some of the questions that have been asked about different firms and historically underutilized businesses, the one with number 1, Estrada Hinojosa, is the only, so far in our research, the only certified Texas historically underutilized business in this line of work. The ones with the number 2 after it have been notated by the state in different transactions as being underutilized businesses, but they aren't able to be certified because I think they're not domiciled in Texas. So those are firms that I'm aware of that fit in that category. We'll continue to do some more research on that.
Thank you for that, and thank you for listening to the values that we all share and taking that into account into your practice.
Absolutely. Just, it was brought up about interest rates.
And Mr. Westerman,
Yes.
sorry, let me interrupt you, only because it was in relation to the comment that Mr. Diaz had mentioned. Yes, I also wanted to reaffirm too that obviously that when we had the interviews, we had some additional insight on perspective on what is happening. So I also did want to publicly say thank you too for being inclusive in that respect. And so again, I know you've done that for years, but it's good to see it here. And so I would then not have to worry about having to check up on this again. This is definitely a direction your firm is going to continue to go.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
This is just a quick look at interest rates. We've actually had in the last week some improvement in the tax exempt interest rate. So the bigger grayish bar that you look is a range over the 5 years of where interest rates have been at the 1 year through 30-year mark. The green line across it is where they are today. So we're actually not at the highest rates. They've actually, we've seen almost a 25 to 30 basis point improvement. Now, whether that will stay with us for the next 2 months or 3 months, we'll have to wait and see. But hopefully, it definitely slowed the trend where we were just going up like a rocket, and was a little worrisome. So hopefully that will hold with us. We did look at last week, and there's been improvement since then, just at a particular structure. It looked like we would have your bonds would come in at around a 4.7, 4.8% effective interest rate. So just to give you a kind of a idea of what we're looking at as we go forward. And we'll have more information on that next month. So that's my presentation for tonight as far as where we're going with the bond issue, and be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you. I learned a lot, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Our next item is item 7C, Judson Education Foundation 2022 third quarter update. Dr. Ball.
Yes, Ms. Greathouse is going to transition to come up and share with you some information about the foundation, but want to thank her for the amazing job that her and her team did for the Wobble and Gobble. Those were some of the biggest numbers, so congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ball. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you guys for the support back to the foundation, back to the communications department, and letting us do the wonderful and fun job that we have. I have provided you guys with our third quarter. Sorry, I couldn't find it myself. Our third quarter report, as you all have requested. The top part is just our regular financial summary that our board reviews and discusses monthly. We have finished giving out all of our scholarships and grants that we've allocated for 2022. Our board also discussed how we would like to implement giving our grants, our grant and giving processes, and our scholarship giving processes for 2023. So we plan to discuss that in our next meeting, which is our annual meeting in December. The events and campaigns that we had in the third quarter is our employee give campaign. We also had a very high number of employees give, and so we have that expected revenue of $11,532 by the end of 2023. Like Dr. Ball said, our Wobble and Gobble was a huge success. That event is more of a community event that we have. You can see in our numbers, we actually had a deficit of $1,888. Although we had a fantastic turnout, the people that came out, the expenses were much higher on cost of food. As everyone knows, cost of food is, for us, it was double than the last time that we had it in 2019. So that was just an adjustment, but as the foundation expects it to be, it's a community event. It's not really a fundraising event for us. So it's definitely justifiable for that. Our United Way campaign ended maybe about 2 weeks ago. We just had our awards earlier this week. We had great participation in general in Bexar County and in the San Antonio area. Our district did a fantastic job. The numbers that you see here are what employees have given just back to the foundation, not just in general for United Way, but just to the foundation. We gave out 2 grants of $500 each to highest giving towards the foundation, and then $500 as a raffle to just the campus that had the highest participations. And then we will give a breakfast to our department that gave a highest participation, and that went to the child nutrition department. So we owe them a breakfast in the near future. So our estimated revenue is right there for them. Yes, a little turn of tables for them, right? I will not be cooking. We will be buying breakfast and taking it to them. Our upcoming events, we do have our Jingle Bell Jamboree, which is something we kind of put on hold the past couple years due to COVID and then just planning practices. But now we are bringing that back in full force. We plan to have that December 5th at Judson High School. So hopefully you guys can come out. Yes, December 3rd. Mr. Macias did make that correction. December 3rd, it's not on a Monday, it's on a Saturday. At Judson High School, we have performances by a lot of our campuses. We have a lot of shopping. Right now, we're at 60 vendors. My goal is 80, but we still have another week, so we'll see. The last one, it's not really in the fourth quarter, but just to put that out there, our gala is on February 17th of 2023, so hopefully we'll have a lot of participation in that. And then the last part is just our current Ameriprise investment account. Again, the board wants to discuss ways to give grants and scholarships for 2023, and that's for discussion next month.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. I'll just say that I ran the 5K with my son, and that was his first 5K, and when he finished, he said, "I'm so proud of myself." So he's hung up his medal, and so that was just a really great event. And
Fantastic.
yeah. So
Thanks
thank
for
you
coming.
so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for everyone who was able to make it out. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Knoyer.
I just want to say that I always love this event. It's a big deal. I got there early. I don't run. Have rules about that. But I was there to cheer on the people who did run, and there was a really great turnout, and everybody had a lot of fun. And then I went inside and was able to greet and talk and explain information about the bond to people who came for the luncheon, and they were all excited. The food was fabulous. Our new director of child nutrition did a great job heading that up,
Yes.
as having been on the job only that long. So I just do want to send out compliments to everybody who helped participate in that. And the student performances were fabulous too. I really enjoyed that. They were really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, we'll move on to item 7D, Annual Bilingual ESL Program Evaluation Report.
Ms. Richardson is going to give this report.
Good evening. Just 1 second here to get it going. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, I'm sorry, Dr. Ball. I'm so excited. Every November, I have the honor to come and talk to you about the wonderful things we're doing with our emergent bilinguals. As you know, TEA changed the name that we're using for English learners. It used to be ELs, English learners. Now we're calling them emergent bilingual. It's actually a more appropriate name because we are emerging and trying to be bilingual, having biliteracy, and I'm excited to show you some of the things that we're doing. So first of all, let me tell you what we're doing in numbers. In the past, since November 2021 to November 2022, we've had over 500 more students identified as emergent bilingual in our district. That is a huge increase of students that we've been receiving, and every day every week, we have a few more emergent bilinguals students identified through the TEA required process, which is testing, language testing, and so forth. Now, it's worth noting that between pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, we have 351 emergent bilinguals. We have 241 pre-K 4 emergent bilinguals, and they are all taken care of. We are serving them within our 6 campuses that have a bilingual certified teacher teaching pre-K 4. And that's the setting that we have these students at, the majority of these students. And we also have 110 pre-K 3 students that have been identified as emergent bilingual. So we expect our numbers to continue to grow, and because of that, we continue to provide the highest level of curriculum and academic support that we can to make sure that these students are able to reach their potential academically. So let me tell you a little bit about where and how we serve our students. We have a few different language programs that we use and that we have in practice in our district. So we have the dual language one way, which means that we serve one type of students. We only serve emergent bilinguals in these particular campuses. And we have Paschal Elementary, Spring Meadows, Crestview, and Mary Lou Hartman, and where we serve our emergent bilinguals in this bilingual dual language one way. They are the only ones in that classroom being cared for and taught by a bilingual certified teacher. Now we have a dual language two-way program, meaning we have 2 types of students. We have English emergent bilinguals, and we also have native English speakers that want to learn English together in the same classroom. And we have this dual language two-way model right now at Coronado Village and also at Hopkins Elementary. Now, we have an enrichment program, which is part of the innovation programs in our district, which is Spanish immersion. This is a program designed for students that are monolingual English native speakers that would like to learn Spanish in a more immersive way. This program starts in first grade, and we are currently offering this program at Mary Lou Hartman. We are first and second grade so far, and at Wortham Oaks, we have first, second, and third grade. Now, I would like to show you a little bit of the things that we're doing for our students. So every year, we are required to take the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment. And if you look at the numbers in yellow, those are for 2021, and the numbers in maroon are for 2022. I'm very happy to see that having kids on campus really helps at their achievement in English. So the number of students that are beginning level is much smaller than previous year, where they were mostly at home and COVID, and they were not coming to school the previous year. So now that we have them, we have less students at the beginning level. The number of intermediate and advanced students has increased, and also the number of students that are in advanced high has also increased, which is great. It means that we are working towards English language proficiency within our programs for our students. Another thing worth noting, for the third grade start reading that we just took in the spring, comparing our emergent bilinguals that are being serviced in our bilingual programs, we are trailing behind the monolingual students, but we're almost there. We're definitely closing the gaps when it comes to reading achievement in English for our students that are coming from diverse languages from home. And this is something that makes me super excited. If we look at our third grade math scores and comparing them to our monolingual English speaker students, our emergent bilingual students are actually scoring better than the monolingual students, which is telling us that when you are using your bilingual skills to develop all content language skills, you can really see some progress. So we're super proud of our third grade math scores. So some of the things that we're doing, we need to support, this is a two-tier operation. We not only support our students, but we have to support our teachers. And I believe that we've seen some gains academically because of the additional evidence-based language arts curriculum that we have, both in English and in Spanish, that is available to our teachers. We're very proud of the curriculum we've developed. We have ongoing specialized professional development and instructional coaching. And we offer ESL certification classes and reimbursement for teachers to encourage them to be more qualified to take care of the needs of this diverse student population. Now, we support our students and families by providing translation services for parents. We've had a great partnership with Catholic Charities. They are bringing to us translators from the most diverse languages. I learned of a language that I've never heard in my life before. Is Kern. Is spoken in a region in Africa, and we have a family. They have about 10 different students, like cousins, and we needed some translation services. They were able to bring a translator and have a beautiful family parent-teacher conference in a language that is very hard to find. So they have very specific diverse languages available to us, and we're grateful that we can provide this to our parents. We also have language resources for newcomers to use at home and at school. We have the expansion of the Latino Family Literacy Project to all of our bilingual dual language campuses. And of course, our bilingual family literacy nights. We'll be having our very first one. Every campus will have one throughout the year. Our very first one will be December 13th at Coronado Village, where we will have a tamalada, and we're going to be reading books and celebrating the season, encouraging bilingualism and being happy and being proud of the culture that is part of that school. So I wanted to thank you. I know that last year we weren't able to see. Oh, so sorry. Let me get out of here if it's okay. I want to show you a short little clip that we're using is about a minute and a half, and that we're using to advertise our programs. And you get to see some of our students in action if this comes up.
At Judson ISD, our mission is to provide an environment that promotes biliteracy, bilingualism, and biculturalism for all students participating in our language programs. The underlying goal is to prepare students for the future with the abilities to speak, listen, read, and write in 2 languages, and foster appreciation for diversity and inclusion. Our Judson ISD students in dual language and Spanish immersion participate in a rigorous academic program that uses 2 languages, Spanish and English, aimed at developing students with a multilingual learning perspective. Judson ISD is proud to serve our diverse and multilingual community by providing language programs that help our bilingual students to be successful in the classroom and in life.
Is there any questions?
Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Mr. Macias?
And thank you, a good presentation. This question is more for Dr. Ball, though. In terms of the bilingual programming that we have we leveled off classes from the beginning of the year? And how are our teachers in these programs?
Right. In some of the campuses, in these certain classes, they're a little bit smaller than some of our other ones. So it's a little bit different in regards to the leveling. So I know that in some of these, they're a little bit smaller. Not all of them. It just depends on the campus because we don't have these programs at every single one of our campuses.
These are certified teachers, right?
Absolutely. Yes, we're
So-
required by law.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Just was getting clarity on that. But I know it's been difficult to hire teachers, so I'm just trying to figure out if we're having some challenges there, just everywhere else.
If I may address that, every year I just submitted a waiver, and we are so incredibly lucky. This year we have every single bilingual certified teacher teaching as the teacher of record for every single one of our classrooms. We did not have to fill out a bilingual exemption with TA. We do need more teachers to become ESL certified, and we did have to fill an ESL waiver, mostly for secondary campuses. We need more of those teachers to become, and we are getting them certified as the principals are encouraged. And it's an every year battle to try to get, but the harder one to find are the bilingual certified, but we are fully staffed, thank God. Let me knock on wood on that one. This year we're fully staffed. Everybody that is teaching one of these classrooms is fully bilingual certified, sir, which is a shock because this is a hard year for staffing, but we're lucky.
All right, and just a curious question. We have students that have special needs.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have special needs students in bilingual classes?
Absolutely, yes. We provide services in correlation with the special education and LPAC committee together. Yes, we have quite a few. We call them dual-coded students. Yes, sir. We provide both language and special education services at all these campuses.
All right, thank you.
And I would also like to add that we have lots of GT students also that are bilingual
Absolutely.
students.
Many. Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Mr. Diaz?
And just to clarify, the Spanish immersion program is for native English speakers looking for that.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
providing another opportunity for that particular population that would like to learn Spanish. And we have those at Wortham Oaks and also at Mary Lou Hartman.
Okay. And then what are the other models?
We have dual language one way. Think about it one way, one type of student. Those campuses serve only emergent bilingual students with a bilingual certified teacher. We have 4 of those campuses, and we have dual language two way, which native English speakers and emergent bilinguals, and that's at Hopkins and Coronado.
I know I've had this conversation many times with Mrs. Davis. Remind me, and I'm a terrible student, Ceci,
That's
I
okay.
apologize. So with the one-way approach, what is the intention, the purpose of that program?
The one way, meaning only the emergent bilinguals together, it's The goal for all programs that serve emerging bilingual is the same. The state has given us that goal in Chapter 89, which is English language proficiency and biliteracy. So we do it the same. We follow the same model, the 90-10 model, in the one way. We are not trying to early transition anyone that is outdated. What we do is that we have our framework that in K and 1 is more Spanish because that's their native language to cement their knowledge. And then second, third, and fourth, and fifth is more of a 60, 40, and so forth model. So that's
To get to 50-50.
to get to 50-50 by fifth grade, yes.
And then beyond that, and this might be also for Mrs. Davis, so beyond that, beyond the elementary school, 50-50, where do they go from there in middle school?
So for emerging bilinguals, there is nothing available through the state to provide education in any language, in Spanish, past fifth grade. Now, we do have our LOT, Languages Other Than English, that has a class, Spanish for Spanish speakers in sixth grade, and also Spanish 1 and Spanish 2, if the kids would like to continue that route as an elective. That's where we go to continue the language, so they don't lose their native language, or if they want to learn, continue their process. That's how we go from there. But there's not a core class requirement anymore after fifth grade from the state. That could be an innovation.
Ms. Richardson and I actually implemented a middle school somewhere else, where we continue, because the state doesn't provide any support after fifth grade.
Okay, so if there were families that wanted to keep that kind of cultural inheritance in place beyond fifth grade, currently we don't have it. But we could, potentially.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And then the level, sorry, let's go ahead. How are you?
I thought we did at Judson Middle School.
We have, but it's part of LOT, of
Oh,
languages
it's
other.
only Spanish. I
It's
thought we were
only
teaching like
Spanish.
social studies in Spanish.
No, ma'am.
No.
No, ma'am.
Okay, that would be an innovation I would
That would be
support.
an innovation. We've been talking about it, but it's not quite, we're not there yet.
And then just to clarify, so as the students transition in the elementary school from level to level, how do we make sure that the student is biliterate? I'm gonna use the wrong terminology.
You're using the right one.
Biliterate in all subjects. Like, do we swap them? Do they swap on a weekly basis?
No, we'll be more than happy to. It's a little intrinsic and it changes a bit percentage-wise throughout the elementary. I'll be more than happy to share our framework with the board. But we have measures in place because we have all the reading measures in both English and Spanish, and the math measures, which is MAP, in both English and Spanish. Amplify all the way, and Amplify Lectura, so we can see where their reading abilities are in English and in Spanish, and we test them in both. And we also have the same for MAP, which is for math, in English and in Spanish. So that's how we, for our bilingual classes, we test the kids in both languages, so we know their biliteracy. We get actually a biliteracy score to see where they are with their languages, and that educates the teacher as to where to support the student best. So we have it for reading and math, yes.
As part of a more global conversation, like why, so students that are emergent bilinguals, why are they considered at risk?
The students that are emerging bilinguals, that would be because the state has designated that a student that does not speak English as their first language comes with a certain amount of challenges as they enter public school in the United States, which is mostly in English. So that's why they're considered at risk.
Got it. And this is not, I'm not directing that.
Is the cognitive academic language proficiency, it's different. I wouldn't say it's less. Our scores show that we are.
Sure.
It's just different. So they provide that at-risk categorization, so they are given additional services. So through my department and using Title III funds, we go above their regular services, and we provide additional funding to do the extra things they need because they come with a diverse set of needs.
Got it. And the reason why I'm asking for context to my colleagues is that we have now a legislative, what is it called? Legislative committee, and we're talking about what does that look like for us. As an example, as maybe even a nuance to like the rule, my children are considered emergent bilinguals, and they're considered at risk purely based on language. And that feels intrinsically wrong to stigmatize or label somebody purely on their home language when every other indicator won't support that, right?
Absolutely.
So I think it's a more global conversation for us to consider, at least bringing, can we change it to older? But it is a conversation to at least have that stigma removed.
Yeah,
Look at
absolutely.
other parts of it, but something for us to consider.
Absolutely. As Ms. Knoiter just said, the at-risk indicator triggers additional funding, but I totally see what my children are in the same boat as yours. So I understand what you're saying, absolutely.
Are there other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next item on our agenda, item 7E, intruder detection security audit.
Yes, so this is what Governor Greg Abbott started. We have had our campuses inspected for this, and we will share this information in closed session.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I totally missed what you
It's
said.
okay. I was just saying that this is not True North. This is what Greg Abbott
Yes.
started. We've had some of our campuses go through this, and we will share the findings in closed session.
Got it. Thank you so much.
No problem.
It's because Mr. Diaz was asking me for chocolate. Okay, item 7F, statement of impact submitted by the following charter schools. Number 1, Essence Preparatory Charter School. Number 2, Titus Academy of San Antonio. Number 3, Mater Academy of San Antonio. And number 4, Entrepreneur High School. Dr. Ball, is there anything to say there?
No, ma'am. We continue to receive those.
Okay. We'll move on to 7G, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. I'll go through each person so that they can share. I'll start over here. Ms. Knoyer?
I'm not the committee chair, so I'll let Ms. King talk about the Innovation Committee. One of the things that I have on my schedule, and I've done one, is to visit the city councils that I attended to share information about the bond and go back and talk to them and share appreciation for the community coming out. So I've already done Universal City, and Live Oak and Selma are on my radar next. So,
Thank you for doing that. Ms. King?
All right, and so the Innovation Committee will be having its first meeting here at the Educational Resource Center on Monday, November 28th at 5:30 p.m. And yes, of course, that's right after the long Thanksgiving break. And basically, we're just going to be discussing what's taking place here in Judson ISD regarding to innovation. I know Ms. Davis gave us a great update in regards to the innovation schools that we already have and some of the things that they're doing. So we're just going to basically be discussing the needs for the district and discussing priorities. And so again, that's Monday, November 28th.
Thank you. Ms. Eaton?
Thank you. Sorry. Although I was unable to attend our meeting on Monday, February 14th, for the chat, there were 7 parent members present for the meeting. The primary discussions were regarding school health issues that the parents wanted to address this year. The primary concerns presented were the social and emotional support services excuse me, for students, as well as the district recess policy. And our next meeting is going to be January 17th, 2023, here at the ERC.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Diaz?
So we're going to be having a audit committee meeting the first week of December. I think it's the 4th, but we'll post it. And then the only other thing is that I just finished up my first school finance course or program at Georgetown. And I hope I make you proud, Bill. But it was great. I dove into school finance for the past few months, and it was a great program.
Thank you. Mr. Macias has stepped away. We'll come back to him. And Ms. Pichelle?
Thank you. I participated and worked in very happily in the Wobble Gobble, the Thanksgiving feast. And I worked in the kitchen. It was good to see all the students in there. And also, the Legislative Committee will be meeting on December the 5th, so looks like you're going to have a meeting back-to-back, Mr. Diaz, the 4th and the 5th. That's all, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning the meeting time for us getting started with the audit. I guess for the record, we've been working a lot on the bond, and for 51 straight days, I think that's all I did. But it's good to be back to normal, and it was a successful event. So it's all good. So we'll move forward.
Okay. And I also, as I mentioned, attended the Wobble and Gobble. And I am inspired by Ms. Kenoyer's call to go to the meetings that we went to and thank the folks that supported us. And I will be attending the audit committee, or not the audit committee, the innovation committee meeting on November 28th, and I'm excited about that. All right. Oh, yes, ma'am.
I too was at the Wobble Gobble.
Mhm.
Yes, if you didn't recognize me, I was the turkey.
There are some great pictures.
And
of you this evening.
we had a great time. But I would like to take this opportunity publicly to thank Mr. Macias, because I learned so much going through this process with you, sir. I appreciate you, all your time and effort and patience with teaching us and showing us what to do in preparation for the bond, and how we went out into the community and interacted with parents and students at all school levels. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection security audit. And item D, there's a slight adjustment from the posted agenda. We forgot to include one of the codes, so that should read, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, consider and discuss the superintendent's evaluation and contract, and pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorneys regarding the superintendent's evaluation and contract. The time is now 9:32, and we will be going into closed session. Thank you. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 11:29. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We'll proceed to item 9, consider and take possible action regarding items discussed in closed session. Item A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignation, and administrative appointments. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the personnel report and updates as presented.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, that item passes unanimously. We'll go on to item B, consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues.
I move we proceed as discussed in closed session.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. That item passes unanimously. On item C, we will take no action. And there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:31.